afternoon, race fans, and welcome to round 3 of the 2026 IHRA Formula One Powerboat Series that has us right here in beautiful downtown Shreveport-Bossier, Louisiana, for the 3rd edition of the Red River Rumble. To kick things off here, first, I'd please have everybody rise as Legacy Powerboat Ministries and IHRA Formula One Powerboat Series chaplain Lori Vidal presents our invocation. Lori?
What so proudly we held at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for Meredith Jones with your national anthem. Also, a big thanks to the Houghton High School JROTC, led by Chief Leroy Brown and Commander Cadet Cameron Pete. Now, for our invocation with Legacy Powerboat Ministries, IHRA Formula One Powerboat Series chaplain, Mr. Lori Vidal.
The blessings we've had in our nation, and we thank you for this opportunity we have to enjoy this beautiful setting, even in the midst of the rain as we are getting started this weekend. We ask you to watch over everything that happens here, that we might celebrate in Shreveport, and that we might enjoy this boat race in such a way that we can have a fulfillment of watching great athletes on the water and enjoy our families together. And we commit all of these things, I pray, in Jesus' name. Amen.
Thank you, Mr. Lori Vidal. Ladies and gentlemen, let's get ready to rumble here for round 3 on the IHRA Formula One Powerboat Series. It's been a knockdown, drag-out, deck-to-deck battle through rounds 1 and 2. Expect more of the same here on the calm waters of the Red River here for the 2026 Red River Rumble. But now we're going to send things down to one of our top drivers in Formula One. He's with Bonnie Jill down in the pits, Mr. Dylan Anderson. All right, ladies and gentlemen, well, we're going to get back to that in a little bit, but boy, what a fantastic weekend we have here. A little bit of light rain blanketing the Red River in downtown Shreveport-Bossier, Louisiana here for the opening of round 3, but the rain's about to expected to dissipate right around 2 p.m. Good afternoon, wherever you are across the world. Thank you so much for joining us here for round 3. I am Thomas Yarbrough. They call me the Noise of the North. My partner, imagine him right here, is the Mr. Tim Siebold. He'll be joining me in just a few minutes here as we get everything underway for round number 3. We saw a fantastic round 2 in Port Neches, Texas. We're in the Formula One class, the top 10 boats separated by just over 1 second in their fast lap qualifiers. In Formula One and Formula Lights earlier today, they did lay down those fast lap qualifiers. We'll get to that action a little bit later, but to kick things off here for the opening of round 3 here at the Red River Rumble, the tri-hulls are going to be coming out on the water. We call them bumper boats at 65 miles an hour. They are based off of a Glastron from the 1960s and 70s tri-hull. Exactly what the name of the class provides you is the exact design of that hull. We put decks on them, roll cages. They run 110 cubic inch OMC outboards, Johnson & Evinrude, or the new Mercury Pro SX 4-stroke engine package in this Texas tri-hull class. We call it bumper boats at 65 miles an hour. We take a look at our race course here on the Red River. You're going to see 3 different race courses. Those white and orange buoys, those are going to be Throwing it to turn number 3, but right now we are going to present our colors with the Houghton High School JROTC. Presenting our colors here for the opening ceremonies of round 3. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's get back to that course layout here on the Red River, a fairly narrow river, clay bottom river here, so very dark water, which can be beneficial for our drivers as it helps them read the water. But with this rain coming down, going to make things a little bit tricky to kick things off here on Saturday. We have 3 courses out here on the Red River. You'll see there in the bottom left corner of the screen, that's turns 3 and 4 for the Formula Lights class. Further upriver, or to your left, if wherever you're watching from across the world, that is going to be turns 3 and 4 of the Formula One class, the double orange buoys. The orange and white and the yellow and white dictate the Formula Lights and the Texas Tri-Hull. There's turns 3 and 4 way down there on this roughly 29-second, 3/4 mile course here on the Red River. But things are going to get real tight down there in turns 3 and 4. If you watched us last year, that's exactly where we saw a whole lot of carnage down on the north end of the course. The third and final course, you're going to see a yellow and orange and a yellow and white buoy. Those are turn 1 on the F1 and the F-Lights course, as well as the chicane down the straightaway, or turn 2 in Formula Lights. That's going to be our 2-pin course for Texas Tri-Hull. So we've got 1 2-pin course for Texas Tri-Hulls, 1 smaller 4-pin course for the Formula Lights, which will be out a little bit later on this afternoon, and then the big boys in the long course for the Formula Ones. Well, we're going to get the Texas Tri-Hulls out on the water here as they got to make their way upriver from the boat launch just south of town, and we're going to get them rolling for their opening 7-lap qualifying heat, first of 4 here at the 2026 Red River Rumble. We'll be right back after a word from our sponsors. The 2026 Red River Rumble, brought to you locally by Raising Cane's, One Love, the Shreveport-Bossier Sports Commission, fueling the fun. Visit Shreveport-Bossier, 2 cities, 1 heart. The Red River Waterway Commission, fostering economic growth and recreational development. Sam's Town Hotel and Casino Shreveport, come home to Sam's Town. And the Louisiana Office of Tourism, feed your soul. And what a fantastic group of sponsors here for the 3rd edition of the Red River Rumble here in 2026. Again, round 3 of the IHRA Formula One Powerboat Series. What got us here? Well, we opened things up in middle to late February in Bradenton, Florida. A bit of a unique event running right at the mouth of the Bradenton River as it dumps into Tampa Bay for a 1-day jam-packed event to open things up. That saw the 14 of Andrew Tate take the win there in round 1. There you see round 2 in Port Neches, Texas at the Port Neches Riverfest for the 25th edition of that race just south of Beaumont, Texas, right on the Louisiana-Texas border. That was early May. Now we're here in beautiful Shreveport-Bossier, Louisiana for the Red River Rumble. Next, we head back to Texas for between June 5th and 7th in beautiful Marble Falls, about 30 minutes west of Austin, for the battle on the Colorado River. And then we jump into July and we head north up the Mississippi to just north of St. Louis, Missouri on the Illinois side for the Alton Midwest Nationals, July 17th through 19th. And then right behind that is going to be July 31st through August 2nd in Windsor, Colorado, up at a mile above sea level for the Roar of the Rockies the last weekend in July. We do have a couple other races you may see on the schedule later on this season, potentially in the upper Midwest as well as the southeast of the United States. We're finalizing all those for right now. We've got a couple more rounds to go, but right here, smack dab in the middle of the 2026 season at round 3 here at the Red River Rumble. What a fantastic view there, shot from Sam's Town Hotel Casino Shreveport, a great partner here in 2026, giving access to our fantastic production team from Windy City Productions here, the only production team trusted by all of the IHRA series here in 2026. And boy, what a whirlwind year it has been. For those of you who have been following the F1 Powerboat series here for the last handful of years, back in the fall of 2025 at the PRI Professional Racing Industry Show, it was announced that the IHRA and our fearless leader Daryl Cutter acquiring the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series along with the Southern Drag Boat Association, as well as the largest offshore series in the United States, the largest jet ski racing series in the United States, to pair with the IHRA traditional drag racing. They've also added stock car racing. They've got tractor pulls. Daryl Cuddle and the management team at IHRA are pulling out no stops here in 2026 to bring racing back to the fans, bringing those events to venues all across the United States to allow the fantastic folks that line the rivers, line the grandstands of all the tracks for all the series here in 2026. And it couldn't be more an exciting time here on the Formula One Powerboat Series. So as we take a look at the standings coming in to round 3 here in 2026, we're going to start things off with the Texas Tri-Hull class. In round 2, we saw the 69 of Cole Waring getting his first win in Port Neches, Texas, a de facto home race for the Richmond, Texas native running for Burnshausen Oil. But he finds himself atop the points in Tri-Hull after 2 rounds with 450 points. But the pressure is on because right behind him, 4 points back, the 37 of Mason Rinker with 446 points out of round 2 is going to look to be slugging it out and try to move himself up 1 spot before the conclusion of round 3 here in Shreveport-Bossier. Then it's your multi-time champion, the man out of Hemlock, Michigan. They call him the Dude. The number 17, Anil Marsh, sitting in 3rd with 393 points. 4th, right behind him, despite having a pretty rough round 2 going over in the final qualifying heat, having the lower unit of his Pro XS Mercury 4-stroke engine impale the bottom of the 17 of Neil Marsh, still hanging on to 4th there. Just 6 points behind the 3rd place of Neil Marsh is the number 26 in that Ray Bob seasoning of Briston Sherman. It's a bright white with orange trim, real hard to miss out there on the water. Can Briston break out here in round 3 and close that gap between him and our series leader, the 69 of Cole Waring? Rounding out the top 5, the other half of the brothers Rinker. He struggled in round 1 after breaking a motor mount about halfway through the final. Had a fantastic run in round 2, gained a ton of points, and he sits in 5th with 361. And then rounding out the top 10, John Ottinger sitting in 6th, followed by the 42 of Wyatt Zeller and that Diamond Z racing machine. And then it's the Aaron Green, the number 63 of Aaron Green sitting in 8th with that Rise Fitness sponsored entry. The driver out of Northeast Texas. A short drive for him. Excited, kind of his de facto home race here in Shreveport for Aaron. Can he find that next level in Tri-Hull? We've seen a lot of growth out of that young driver the last couple of years. You talk to him, he'll be the first one to tell you it did not start well. His first couple of seasons extremely rough. Picked up a new boat in the offseason, put in a ton of testing. He is a very svelte man now, shedding about 40, 50 pounds, looking fantastic as the 63 of Aaron Green. Can he get on the podium for the first time in his Tri-Hull career? And then it's Austin Terry, Gerald Shelton, J.B. Jensen, Darren Ware, Andy Miller, and the 12 of Evan LaBeouf to round out the field here in Texas Tri-Hull. We've got 14 top drivers from all over the United States, and we've got a couple of a new addition here. Was unable to make the opening round number 2, the 88 of Josh Wells, making his debut here in 2026. Can the Heavy Hands Racing number 88 find the speed here in round number 3, as well as the man from Houston, Texas, the number 56 of Clint Dillard in that Black Beauty Tri-Hull, making his debut here in 2026 as well after sitting out rounds 1 and 2. So we've got some dark horses that are looking to disrupt the standings. The fans are here. They're all excited. The Rain has subsided perfectly on time, a little bit earlier than expected, which is fantastic here. The breeze has picked up, which is a good thing. A little breeze is always good for especially our Formula One and Formula Lights class. Now, Texas Tri-Hull, 2-foot waves, calm water, doesn't really matter. But the fans of umbrellas out for just a little bit longer, but the sun should crack through the clouds. And what a fantastic day of qualifying here on Saturday at the 2026 Red River Rumble. And as you'll see, once we get rolling here with the Tri-Hulls, you'll see as that camera shoots south down the Red River as it heads towards the Gulf of Mexico, those boats will come traveling upriver. They've got about a half a mile that they've got to run or so upriver to make their way to the race course here. Unfortunately, the Formula One and the Formula Lights boats, we can crane those boats in here from right on the race grounds in downtown Shreveport. However, the Tri-Hull do not have the ability to be craned in like the tunnel hulls, so they have to head downriver to the boat ramp just south of downtown and get loaded in down there. Now, there is our fantastic sport rescue team, the best rescue team in the business. Big shout out there to my man Tim Kraft ripping by in that center steer JH Performance boat, custom handcrafted shallow water boats built with the highest quality materials, fantastically built boats, and perfect with that low profile to be able to help get our drivers out in the event of any incidents. I believe I did some statistics from 2025. At any wreck, they were on site in under 30 seconds, and outside of one driver, everybody was outside of the boat in under a minute. These guys are fantastic at what they do. They are consummate professionals, and we really appreciate having the best rescue team in the business out here with us on the water, on the shores of the Red River. You see the water starting to calm down a little bit after the rain coming through. We're really lucky this weekend. Forecast coming into this weekend saw heavy lightning and thunderstorms expected throughout the weekend from about mid-morning through the evenings. But for those who live in this part of the world, you know, give it 15 minutes. It'll change. And that's exactly what happened here this weekend. The closer we got to this weekend's racing action here in round 3, the clearer and clearer things became from a weather standpoint, and very excited to see that that's pushed through and is going to create what I believe is going to be the best racing conditions we've had here in 3 years. For those of you who've been hanging with us for the last couple of seasons, you remember the Red River was at or above 20 feet here in downtown Shreveport-Bossier. And if we can get a shot of one of the bridges, you'll see the where the high water mark is on those bridges. So if you go across river there and right screen there, so the water last year and the year before, those cement support structures for this for the bridge here, that water was basically all the way up to the top. You could have stepped off of a boat right on top of that gray, the gray portion of the bridge that's bolted to that support structure. A lot different here this year. I think we're down around 12 feet, so 8 foot or so difference in the water levels. You will not see any debris in the water here this weekend, which is a huge change for our drivers. It was definitely hang on for dear life and just try to manage the race here the last couple of seasons due to what Mother Nature threw at us. Excited here to see that next level that comes out when the drivers don't have to battle Mother Nature as hard as they have here in 2026. All right, it looks like we've apologized for some of the delay. We had one boat out there. Looks like he had to do potentially some hardship testing, not necessarily running around the course, but ensuring that his Formula Light, the 52 of Addison Dumford, who in Formula Lights is sitting in that top 5. All right, and so he's going to actually come out and run a lap, make sure that that boat is good to go with some patchwork they had to do in the between rounds 2 and 3 for the 52 of Addison Dumford. We're going to send things down to Bonnie Jill. She's with the 17 of Dylan
winner.
Anderson.
Now, I got to ask you, you said that last year, it's a little different from this year. What is the biggest difference you're seeing?
Yeah, the biggest difference is going to be the way the Red River is actually treating us this year. Last year and the year before, it was kind of rough, kind of beat up on us. It was 20 foot high, flooded, river flowing, 5 to 10 mile an hour current. This year it's flat, calm, slow current, easy to drive. do what you want rather than react to the water the entire time. So I'm really excited. I think everybody else probably is just the same. I mean, not only is it a lot more fun to drive on, it's more competitive, really lets you show kind of what you can do and what the boat can do. So, yeah, that's the biggest difference anyway.
How is your morning test going so far? How did you like it?
Yeah, so we had a quick testing session before qualifying this morning. Felt good in testing. Actually had better lap times this morning than we did all day yesterday. Went into qualifying, laid down a good lap. First lap, got us on the pole position. We were in the last group, so we were pretty confident that was going to hold, but we had the time and kept going and kept getting better time. So, yeah, pretty happy with it. Excited to see how the racing goes.
You told me you are superstitious. The full beard, you didn't shave anything. What happened? Just no stash. You got to do a little more.
Yeah, so, I mean, my typical go-to is shave everything but the mustache on the way into a race. And on the way here last year, we were coming off some bad luck in the first race. We won, made a mistake, got disqualified. Just silly mistake on our side of things. Came in here, didn't trim it up, left the beard around, and got back on the A train and started winning again. So we're going to stick with that, see how that goes.
I like it. Well, thank you so much. Good luck, okay? Be safe.
Thank you.
Guys, back to you.
Next weekend, the IHRA Stock Car Series is back for round 3 of the 2026 season. This time, they're at Newport Speedway in Newport, Tennessee. Last time the series was on track, we were at Cordele Motor Speedway, and it was a wild one as it came down to a last lap pass.
One to go here at Cordele. Fogelman down to the bottom in turn 1. He's got him by a couple of inches, but then Brown coming back on the outside. Fogelman leads him down into turn number 3. Tate Fogelman trying to get his first win in 2026. He's going to do it here at Cordele Speedway. Tate Fogelman from 19th to the win.
Point standings going into this weekend. Cade Brown leads Derek Lancaster and Coy Beard. To get your tickets, go to IHRA.com. If you can't be there, Speed Sport 1 will have coverage on Saturday starting at 6 p.m. Eastern. Go to speedsport1.com for details and viewing options.
Get in on the action all weekend long at Sam's Town Hotel and Casino, your official casino and hotel partner of the 2026 Red River Rumble. Just minutes away, keep the excitement going with live entertainment every Friday and Saturday night with great dining options and non-stop casino gaming. When the races wrap up, the party's just getting started. Sam's Town Hotel and Casino, official casino and hotel partner of the 2026 Red River Rumble. Stay, play, celebrate the Rumble, only at Sam's Town Hotel and Casino.
In my Louisiana, sunrise means fresh seafood on the table.
My Louisiana, every meal is a celebration.
My Louisiana really makes me wonder.
Ours is fast!
With real-life swamp creatures!
In my Louisiana, music is a way of life.
My Louisiana is sheer magic, from sun up to sundown.
Till sunup again. What will your Louisiana be?
When you find your Louisiana, you feed your soul.
Get ready, Alton. The IHRA F1 Powerboat Series is back. July 17th through 19th at Riverfront Park. Experience the 3rd annual Alton Powerboat Nationals. It's 3 days of high-speed action on the Mississippi featuring Formula One boats. Enjoy music, great food, and family fun for everyone. Get your tickets and full details now at IHRA.com. Brought to you by Simmons Hanley Conroy Law Firm, the City of Alton, Great Rivers and Roots Tourism Bureau, and Enjoy Illinois. We'll see you at the races.
And welcome back, race fans. We are back with just moments away from the Tri-Hulls getting their first 7-lap heat of qualifying done here at the 2026 Red River Rumble. Round 3 on the IHRA Formula One Powerboat Series. There's the number 12, the Houma, Louisiana native of Evan LaBeouf, running in his second race here in 2026. Looking to do some damage in that number 12 Plantation Ace Hardware sponsored Tri-Hull. There's the 56 of Clint Dillard. He's making his debut here in 2026. Can he be the dark horse and throw a monkey wrench into the season standings with a big win here at the Red River Rumble. Only time will tell for the man from Houston, Texas. There's the 26 of Briston Sherman. That boat's all put back together after going over in the final qualifying heat of round number 2 back in Port Neches, Texas. They got the boat put back together, struggled in the final, but hopefully they've got those kinks all worked out and he's ready to go. There's the 88 of Josh Wells, the Heavy Hands Racing Machine, him making his debut as well here in 2026. Another one of those dark horses looking to screw things up for the guys that are sitting on top of the point standings and bring home some hardware back to Texas here from the Red River Rumble. You can see Texas Tri-Hull. We call them bumper boats at 65 miles an hour for a reason. You can see the damage that has been repaired on the front bow of the number 88 of Josh Wells. He's got that 110 cubic inch outboard on the back of his Texas Tri-Hull. So a little bit different in our Formula One and Formula Lights class is Texas Tri-Hull. They run rolling starts, so 2x2 rolling starts down the front straightaway. You're going to see them come from the north end of the river all the way down the front straightaway. And we're going to have our pace jet ski peel off the race course. Once he peels off, it's up to our chief referee, Doug Ray, to make the call. He'll drop the green flag, and we'll go under racing for 7 laps around this 2-pin course. There's the 63 of Aaron Green in that Rise Fitness-sponsored machine. Can he have his best performance of 2026 and bring some hardware home to Northeast Texas, hoping to get off the schneid here? For those of you who watched last year, you'll remember, or 2 years ago, either way, the 63 of Aaron Green went over coming down the front straightaway and almost lost his boat to the bottom of the Red River. They were able to clip it at the last possible moment and save that boat from going to the bottom of the river. But that boat has now been retired. He's got a new one, and he's looking to do some damage here in round number 3. There's Black Beauty, the 56 of Clint Dillard. He's locked in and ready to go. Really nice new clean paint job on that boat here in 2026. It took some pretty heavy damage on the bottom front bow in 2025, so I had to spend the entire off-season plus a little more to get that thing back on the water. And he sits right behind, is now coming into the frame of view in that Burnshausen Oil Walker Engineering sponsor number 69. That is your series points leader. Hook 'em horns for the man they call Mullet, the number 69 of Cole Wearing. He's got those Pit Viper goggles flipped up and ready to rock and roll, and they are locked in as he flips those shades down, and he's ready to roll to try to go back-to-back here in 2026. A fantastic win at the Port Neches Riverfest. Can he do it again and extend his points lead? Well, if that blue boat, the number 17, and Neil Marsh has anything to say about it, that is not what's going to happen here at the Red River Rumble in 2026. That Maple Grill Sefton Financial sponsored machine has got multiple IHRA Formula One Powerboat Series Tri-Hull Championships under it. Grote Law. You can see all the people back home in north central Michigan, northeastern Michigan, really supporting the 17 of Neil Marsh as he makes many long drives from northern Michigan down here to the southern United States, where a bulk of our racing events in 2026 reside. You can see everybody's excited to get some sick footage and watch from our live stream. There's somebody getting some fantastic footage from their phone, and they're going to probably upload that onto their social media platforms. If you do take some videos, don't forget to tag us and check us out on all our social media platforms at IHRA F1 Powerboat Series. We're on TikTok, Instagram, Facebook. Make sure you smash that subscribe button on our YouTube channel, and you'll get notified every time we go live throughout the 2026 season. And it's a great way to stay up to date and in the know of everything going on here on the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series. Let's take a look at our starting grid here on the inside of row 1. That's the 10 of Tanner Rinker. On the outside of row 1, it's the 17 of Neil Marsh. On the inside of row 2, the 26 of Briston Sherman. On the outside of row 2, the 33 of John Ottinger. On the inside of row 3, it's the 13 of Jared Shelton. On the outside of row 3, it's the 88 of Josh Wells. On the inside of row 4, the 42 of Wyatt Zeller, followed by the 69 of Cole Waring. Did not get a good draw here in the opening heat. He's going to have some work to do as we wrap up the top 8 boats here in this 14-boat field here at the Red River Rumble in 2026. So there you see your top 10 in the starting grid here for Heat 1. The Texas Trials, again, no fast lap qualifiers. They actually draw for position in the opening qualifying heat, so it's all luck of the draw a little bit here to open things up. But everything seems to shake its way out the way it's supposed to here. And boy, look at the 17 and Neil Marsh on the inside of row 6 next to Tanner Rinker, Clint Dillard, and Darren Ware rounding out the field here. The 54 of Darren Ware, they call him Caddy, the man who builds custom Cadillacs and one of the most unbelievable custom car builders that you will find anywhere across the United States. So if you're looking to get your Cadillac redone or really tricked out, make sure you find the 54 of Darren Ware, the man they call Caddy. All right, we're just waiting for Chief Referee and the rest of the IHRA F1 Powerboat Series operations team to get in place, and then we'll send them down, heading north upriver, down the backside of the race course. They'll swing all the way wide around the Formula One turns 3 and 4, and then they'll come down 2 by 2 down the front straightaway to see who's going to take qualifying heat number 1 here in the Tri-Hull class. You can see they're all milling down there, waiting for everybody to get the thumbs up from operations staff to make sure that we have got everything lined up and ready to go here for the opening heat of Texas Tri-Hull here on round 3 of the 2026 IHRA Formula One Powerboat Series. A little bit cooler than I think most people here in Shreveport-Bossier are used to dealing with in late May, heading into the summer months where things get real muggy and hot down in this part of the world. But nice reprieve for all the folks, and hopefully they're going to come out in droves as they have in the past 2 years. They were here all day yesterday. You can see them lining the banks there in the beautiful park promenade, lining the river. And all right, the motors are fired up. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. They're going to make their way down to the north end of the course, and we are just moments away from getting under racing action here in the opening heat of Tri-Hull. All right, now they are swinging down in front of the judges' stand here to make sure that they're all in the right spots in their starting order. And then we provide all the drivers a last-minute visual cue to make sure that they know exactly where they're supposed to line up in their 2x2 starting order. They're all jammed up there together. It's funny, these guys, they hang out, they have conversations. Some of them do. Other ones are dead silent and locked in as they get ready to gear up here for qualifying heat number 1. There's the man they call Caddy, the 54 of Darren Ware. Love that big number 5-4 on the front with that big cool smiling face on the bottom bow. You might see that full face come into view here at some point throughout this 7-lap qualifying heat in Tri-Hull, because they'll go 3, 4, and sometimes 5 wide into a turn. They'll end up on top of one another. Those of you who watched round 2 in the final qualifying heat, we saw the 69 of Cole Waring, the 37 of Mason Rinker, the 17 of Neil Marsh, and the 26 of Briston Sherman all get together down on the opening turn that caused absolute havoc in that final qualifying heat that really shook up the starting grid for the main event. And ultimately, the 69 of Cole Waring was able to get out of that wreck unscathed and was able to keep pushing and lock down that pole position in Tri-Hull and was able to run it all the way to the checkered flag in round 2. Can he do it again here in round number 3? All right, they're making their way back down to the south end of the race course, and then we'll get them 2 by 2. You can see our pace jet ski there off the left of the screen. We call him Jet Ski Jared. He is the man in charge of all our pace boat starts. We do this as a standard in Texas Tri-Hull. In the Formula One and the Formula Lights class, you will see a rolling restart employed by the IHRA Formula One Powerboat Series. Our initial start in those classes is what we call a modified Le Mans start. They start on the dock with the motor off, countdown from 1 minute to 20 seconds. We drop the starter's flag, which will come off of that sport rescue boat the IHRA rescue team has. And then they will go off the dock. If we do have any restarts in Formula One or Formula Lights, you will see them go to a rolling restart. There, as you can see, it's a little bit cooler than expected here after all the rain coming through. Jet Ski Jared fully fully covered up in a rain suit out there on the jet ski, just trying to stay warm here for round number 3. All right, he's communicating to the drivers, making sure making sure that he knows and communicates with the row 1 drivers who are going to lead the inside and the outside rows of that Formula One, or of the Texas Tri-Hall opening qualifying start here in just a moment. All right, looks like we just got word whenever they are ready. We're going to get rocking and rolling here for Tri-Hall action, opening qualifying heat here at the Red River Rumble. All right, here we go. We just got word from Race HQ, giving Jared the thumbs up to bring them north, upriver, to get them in position for this opening qualifying heat here in Tri-Hall. Who's going to be? Will it be the 10 of Tanner Rinker? Oh, and I apologize. It looks like we had the starting order a little bit off. On the inside of row 1, it's the 10 of Tanner Rinker. On the outside of row 1, 17 of Neil Marsh, then Briston Sherman on the inside of row 2 in that white and orange boat. That bright green John Deere machine, that's the 33 of John Ottinger on the outside of row 2. On the inside of row 3, that's the 13 of Gerald Shelton running for Captain Mark Seafood. On the outside is the Black Beauty, that's the 88 of Josh Wells on the outside of row 3. Inside of row 4, the 42 of Wyatt Zeller. Outside of row 4, the 69 of Cole Weary. Inside of row 5, 56 of Clint Dillard. Then it's the 54 of Darren Ware on the outside, followed by the 63 of Aaron Green, the 37 of Mason Rinker, the 12 of Evan LaBeouf, and the 03 of Austin Terry. Making his way down here is my partner in crime throughout the entire 2026 season, Mr. Tim Siebold. Tim, excited to get things kicked off. It's always great to start things off with the bumping and banging that is Texas Tri-Halls here on the Red River Rumble.
That's right. It's Red River Rumble, so we're coming out swinging.
Absolutely. There's not a better way to kick off a weekend of racing action than with bumper boats at 65 miles an hour. They make the wide sweep down at the north end of the course. Now they're going to head back down the front straightaway. Who's going to get that jump? Because, Tim, you know the jump off the start so important here in Texas Tri-Hall to get that clean water down into turn 1.
It really is. You get a couple laps of clean water. You can separate yourself from the rest of the field. You can pick your lines going through the corners, and you can really box everybody up, which is what you want to do. So they're fighting, and they leave you alone.
Yeah, and look, they are right in the middle of their wakes from the backside. And here we go. Watch out, Neil Marsh. He gets it wide and loose coming down the front straightaway. We're 3 seconds into the race, Tim, and things are already crazy here in Texas Tri-Hall.
Oh, yeah. Mason Rinker got a good run on the outside there. Found a little smooth water. And he's trying to go around the outside, which is a smart move right now.
And it looks like, boy, going over those wakes, the 17 of Neil Marsh really got out of control. It allowed maybe that little bit of a heavier boat with that 4-stroke on it of Tanner Rinker to find that clean line, and he came out like a rocket, finds himself out in front here early, being chased down by the man they call the Dude.
Well, they come back up, and they're going over the backwash from the pace boat lap. So it gets extremely rough, and they're running right into it. So,
and it's not going to get any better. No. The longer we go into this 7-lap qualifying heat, the rougher it's going to get. But we got 2 boats fighting hard on the opening lap for that top spot as the 17 of Neil Marsh airs it out and tries to find a way to catch the Tanner Rinker. It's 4-stroke versus 2-stroke for those top 2 spots, as well as the 26 of Sherman and the 33 of Ottinger doing their battle back in 3rd and 4th.
Tanner's no stranger to the Red River. Last year, won his first race here.
This was the beginning of the torrid pace that he put out. You came from here to the Alton to the rest of the season. He narrowly missed out on winning a season championship after a really rough start. He's definitely going to be one of those top contenders here in 2026.
Well, a lot of boat racing is confidence, and once he started getting that confidence, and he always thought he was going to be up front and winning, but after you do it a few times, all of a sudden he gets on a roll. And what did he win? 3 last year?
Yeah, and it's amazing when that belief becomes fact. It's amazing what it does for the confidence of a driver. And he started to open up a little bit of lead. He's now 4 boat lengths ahead of the 17 and Neil Marsh. And those two have really separated themselves from the field here as we have got 4 laps to go, just running into that halfway point. But as we look back into 3rd and 4th, The 69 of Cole Wearing is doing battle with the 26 of Briston Sherman and the 33 of John Ottinger. They go down into the south end of the course there. Sherman started way back in the pack, or excuse me, the 69 of Wearing started way back in the pack, and he knows he's got to make up ground, because when the 17 of Neil Marsh gets you behind him, he's a tough guy to get around. Same with the 10 of Tanner Rinker.
Oh, yeah. But, you know, Tanner's come a long way, because now he's starting to develop his racecraft, and look, he's taking the corners where Neil wants to go, and normally that's where Neil makes up all the time. Spin out right there from Green.
Oh, no, the 63 of Aaron Green spinning out down on the north end of the course as we're following that battle for fourth and fifth between the 33 of Ottinger and the 69 of Wearing. The 26 of Briston Sherman, he cleared those two, now trying to catch up to the top two boats. Pretty impressive for a guy who had some pretty gnarly damage at that final qualifying heat in Port Neches when he got wadded up with the 17 of Marsh and the 37 of Rinker.
Yeah, it looks like he's got the old number 26 Ray Bob's boat handling well again, and he had a good run this season building up to it, so he's back to form.
Absolutely, 2 laps to go. Look at the 10 of Tanner Rinker just airing it out down the front straightaway. He knows he's got to lay it on the pedal, and this where, especially in the final, things get real interesting. They start to catch some of those back markers.
White flag.
All right, we got the white flag out. Let's take a quick look at a replay. There's the 63 of Aaron Green. He went down there, and boy, he had to try to avoid the 42 of Zeller, and then it looks like he got tagged by the 56 of Dillard, and Dillard goes completely airborne. Boy, his first race in 2026 real starts off with a bang for the 56
That was a bump
Dillard.
and run NASCAR move there. I didn't think that would work on boats, but it did.
Well, our leader, the 10 of Tanner Rinker, is now making his way down to the final lap of this opening qualifying heat, down to the north end of the course. He sweeps it out of turn number 2, getting by the 13 of Gerald Shelton. Ladies and gentlemen, taking qualifying heat number 1, the 10 of Tanner Rinker. Then it's the 17 of Neil Marsh, who comes across the line in second, followed by a great run there by the 26 of Briston Sherman. Boy, he needs those points after Port Neches, Tim. And then the 69 of Cole Wearing in fourth, finally gets by the 33 of John Ottinger on the final lap.
Yeah.
He needed those points as well, because all 3 drivers that finished ahead of the 69 of Wearing are 3 of the 4 drivers that are directly behind him as he comes in as a series points leader.
He's going to lose a little points there, but it's only the first heat race of the weekend. There's a lot more racing to come. What he needs to do is he'll have a better starting position in Heat 2, and he needs to make sure he capitalizes on that.
Absolutely. Let's talk a little bit about that. What I believe is the most dynamic and best way to prove the totality of the quality of a driver is our qualifying setup. First goes to worst, worst goes to first after Heat 1. We invert the field, and boy, does it make not only for some exciting racing, but it really forces the drivers to know how to run out front, but also how to pick off folks and make their way through traffic here, which, as you know, is one of the toughest things to do in all of boat racing.
It is, and Tanner Rinker has really blossomed when it comes to that. He was the wild child before, and now he's settled down. He's not over trimming the boat like he was doing in previous years, and he's keeping it moving forward. So on these tri-hulls, you got to keep them in the water if you want to move forward. And he's doing that a lot better this year. So I think it's a combination of the setup and also him learning what not to do.
Absolutely. And I mean, that is a multi-time champion boat wheeled by his grandfather, the great Jerry Rinker. They call him Scary Jerry. That thing has got numerous titles under its belt. It is a fantastic machine. And I know he's very excited that he got the opportunity to stay in that boat here throughout 2025 and 2026, because boy, he came here switching boats in that 10 and was able to rattle off multiple wins in 2025, looking to do it again. All right, let's take a look at the recap of qualifying heat number 1. There you saw the 10 of Tanner Rinker on the inside of row 1. He got the whole shot, but boy, it was rough out there at the beginning.
It was extremely rough on that initial straightaway coming down to the first turn.
And then you saw, once he got out into clean water, that Rinker's boat roll with that Pro XS Mercury 4-stroke on the back, never looked back. And boy, especially late in he really started to pull away from the field. But what a fantastic run there. And then we saw this happen. Aaron Green tries to get out of the way, and Clint Dillard just airborne out of turn number 2. And then the 10 of Tanner Rinker settled back in to pick off some of the bat markers, getting by the 13 there of Jared Shelton, the rookie here in 2025. and pumping the fist, excited, ran it all the way wire to wire here in heat number 1. Easy when you're on the inside of row 1, but tougher to do when he's got to do it from the back of the pack in heat 2.
That's right. We'll see what he's got for him in the second heat.
Absolutely. All right, well, we take a look at our schedule for the rest of Saturday's qualifying here at the 2026 Red River Rumble. Coming up next, we've got the Formula 1 class. They're going to run heat 1, 8 minutes plus 2 laps. All drivers in the Formula 1 class will be running together here in their opening qualifying heat that saw some extremely fast lap times laid down here earlier this morning in our fast lap qualifiers. Let's take a look at those results, full field results here from qualifying heat number 1 in Texas Tri-Hall. 10 of Rinker there, followed by the 17 of Marsh. How about 37 of Mason Rinker all the way back down there in 8th? He started back in the pack, but couldn't make the moves like the 69 of Waring and only able to muster an 8th. And then we see there the rookie of Jared Shelton, the 12 of Evan LaBeouf in a new boat here, as well as the 54 of Darren Ware. And then Aaron Green, after colliding with the 56 of Clint Dillard, shuffled all the way back to last. Not what he wanted to see here.
No, he was in the mix before that happened, though.
Yeah, and I mean, that's, not only mentally, but also, is there some damage on that boat? Did something happen when they got together? I'd like to believe there's probably some damage, at least on the 56 of Clint Dillard, because we saw that lower unit and that skeg on the bottom of that OMC 110 cubic inch 2-stroke outboard. Well, flying. All right, we're going to send things down to the hot pits as we've got an interview with our winner from Tri-Hall qualifying heat number 1. Take it away, Bonnie.
Thanks, guys. Here's a Shelby Love. Now, Shelby, last year you won Formula Lights, but your father had a little bit of the edge, so, tell us how that drive home was.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard for a while. We'd all have fun no matter what, and I feel like we're all happy for each other as a team, so it's been the same. Like, I'm happy for him, he's happy for me, so we had a good car ride.
What are some of the challenges you're thinking that may occur this race?
Obviously, we had a bad weekend last weekend, or the last race, so we're just trying to get those hiccups out of the way and just stay consistent and just finish each heat this weekend.
And with the weather conditions, any kind of different approach you're going to have?
The water's way calmer than it's been the last 2 years, so I think we're all just happy for that. With the rain, we just try to hope that our windshields don't get too fogged up, but other than that, I think it's going to be a good weekend.
Mm-hmm. Good luck. Be safe out there.
Thank you.
Guys.
All right, well, apologize. That was the 24 of Shelby Love, one of the dominant forces in Formula Lights, had an uncharacteristic weekend in round 2, struggled with some electrical issues. Saw one of her teammates have a fantastic weekend, and she's looking to improve things here in round 3 after an opening 2026 win in Bradenton, Florida. Kind of taking a step or 2 back at round 2 in Port Neches, looking to get off the schneid and rebound here in Formula Lights, round number 3 here at the Red River Rumble. But boy, how great is it to see not only multi-generations of families racing here on the IHRA Formula 1 Powered Series, but doing it together. You look at the Loves with the 24 of Shelby Love in Formula Lights, her father, the 24 of Spencer Love, coming off a victory in round 2, and then her little sister, the youngest Love out there, racing in our Talent Cup coming up here in a little bit later. What a fantastic class that is, and boy, what did she do but win her first race in the Talent Cup down at round 2 in Port Neches. Hopefully she can do it again, and they'll be bringing a lot of hardware back to California.
Addie showed the boys how to get around the course in Port Neches. So very good family racing history. The whole family races. So it's good to see them. But you got a lot of second, third, even fourth generation drivers in here. It's a family sport, and it carries on through the family members. And it's great to see them all. You can go right down the line. Jimmy Shane's got his boys running the Talent Cup, and Lindsay has her boys running, Luke and Logan running in the Talent Cup. So especially when you start them young, it gets in their blood and they stick with it.
Absolutely, yeah. Jimmy Shane, a very talented unlimited hydroplane driver for numerous years, coming back in 2026, introducing his children into powerboat racing. And chief scorer Lindsay Matthews.
Luke and Logan's mom, she, our chief scorer, and they do a great job. And the whole thing about the Talent Cup is, look, it's an introduction to powerboat racing. So not only are they learning what to do in the boat, but they're also learning about the structure of the races and how we conduct ourselves and what happens at the races. Because, look, they're in the same picture with the Formula One guys, the same pits.
Absolutely. Let's take a look at our starting lineup here for the opening qualifying heat here in Formula One. On the pole, setting a sub-29-second lap. No surprise, the man from out east, the number 17, Dylan Anderson, running that Anderson Marine machine.
And he was up in the air, too, because he didn't know if he was going to run the two-stroke or the four-stroke. And they jumped in the four-stroke at the last second, and then he puts it on pole.
Absolutely, and we saw that from not only him, but the man that sits to his right, coming second off the start pontoon here in the opening qualifying heat. He did the same exact thing, the 52 of Chris Rinker, and I believe he chose that four-stroke package. A little bit surprising considering we're down so far at sea level with the warmer, humid air. Normally, that's a really advantageous for the two-stroke, but with that dynamic fuel injection on the four-stroke, it can run anywhere.
You know, when you have the humidity and the dirty air, the four-stroke is going to adjust better than the two-stroke. So I can see why they do that.
Absolutely, and things were close here in the fast lap qualifiers as the 17 of Dylan Anderson laid down a 28.602 and then a 29.3, so less than a second between those top two, but a bigger gap than we saw in round two. And then the 29 of Jared Jensen. This kid just will not go away. He is continuing to battle for top positions every round. He comes 4 points back of the series lead behind the 24 of Spencer Love, going sub 30 seconds there, coming third off the start pontoon with a 29.489.
Jared's right in the mix, and, you know, at this point, what he needs is the consistency. So he's got to do it every time that they put the boat in the water, and he's got a great crew behind him, Island Lake Marine, and these guys do a great job. They're veterans. John, his dad, raced. Scott, his uncle, raced, so they know what they're doing. Crew chief Todd has been around boat racing since he was young. His dad raced, so got a lot of history there.
And there's the boat on the screen that really kind of surprised me. You know, he's all the way back in seventh position with a 31.209. The 71 in Jimmy Kerr, they call him the Pickle, the man running for JR's Chicken, is a little bit slower, I think a little bit off the pace. I'm surprised a little bit, but hopefully they get that two-stroke dialed in here before the weekend's over, and he's fighting for a spot on the podium.
I talked to Jimmy last night, and he said that he's got some good race props, but he doesn't have what he needs on a qualifying prop. So you're going to be surprised once they get the start going, because he's got the race prop, and that's what you're going to see come through on the first heat.
Absolutely. Let's dive into that a little bit here while we're waiting for these Formula Ones to get lined up on the start pontoon for their modified Le Mans start in this opening qualifying heat. When you talk about race setup versus qualifying setup, dive into that a little bit more. What do you see as the biggest differences, and what things do these drivers really have to focus on to make sure they have those two different setups dialed in perfectly for the different disciplines within the race weekend?
So look, when you're looking at propellers, it's always a compromise, and especially when you do the dock start. So now you've got to have a prop that accelerates off the dock, because if you get beat down to the first turn, it's going to be a long day. So they need a prop that'll accelerate from 0 to the first turn. Now, once you're rolling, then you got to have a prop that'll handle in the rough water, that'll hold the boat in the turns, versus when you're qualifying, you can have a bigger pitch, which makes you go faster, but doesn't quite accelerate as good. Because when you're doing the qualifying, you can run that one line, you can stretch the course out and get a little bit longer run at it. So it's a big compromise for the race prop versus qualifying prop.
Absolutely, because we only see 3 or 4 boats out laying their fast lap qualifiers. So when it starts, you'll see them space each other out. One boat will sit and wait and allow one boat to get ahead of it, so they all kind of have a clean line on the race course. Now, when we get all of them out there on the water, there's no clean line, especially after a few laps when the leaders start to kind of close the gap on the back end of the field. And there, it's just trying to find the best dirty water, not that clean, perfect water that you get on the start.
The other thing about the qualifying lap is you can run your engine higher. So whenever you can raise your motor, it's going to run faster speeds. The downside of that is when the water gets rough, then you can't handle the boat, so then it slips. So then you have to drop the motor down. And that's another reason why you got a difference between a qualifying prop and a race prop.
So the propeller is really the biggest change component from qualifying to race setups. However,
Absolutely.
It sounds like there's a few other minor details in there that you can tweak and adjust. It's going to give you that extra thousandth or that extra tenth that you're looking for to try to get on pole.
Oh, yeah, propeller and engine height. That's the two things that can help you on the qualifying. You know, a few years ago, guys were qualifying with their race props. Now that's all elevated to where they've got a special qualifying prop.
Well, and I can imagine somebody like yourself with the decades of success that you had in a Formula One tunnel hull, you probably had a whole box of different qualifying props and a whole box of different race props, because unlike car racing where, you know, they maybe have hard, soft, and medium tires, that's our version of that, is these giant cases of propellers. They're the one thing that if any boat racer who's been around for any amount of time, he's going to have a very large stash of propellers in his race rig.
For sure, because, you know, even though the newer props now are CNC machined, you still finish them off by hand. So you can have props duplicated, but they're never quite the same. So you may end up taking a propeller and reworking it 4 or 5 times to get it to where you want it. You might do it 10 times and never get it where you want it. And these propellers, so you have different pitch, you have different diameter, you've got different blade area, you've got cleaver tips where a pointy tip, you've got a round tip, and then you've got different size hubs. So you've got a small hub, and then you've got a large hub, and some of them have extended hubs. So all of that affects the handling of the boat. Some of it, the cleaver tips will bring the back of the boat up more, which is great because the back of the boat coming up gets you better performance, better top speed. But the problem is if you have too much tail lift, then you can't drive the thing in the rough water.
Right, and that's where when you get to those rougher conditions, those round gear, keeping that back end glued to the water makes the turning so much easier, because I mean, at the end of the day, when you're going into a turn at 100 plus miles an hour and you're snapping that thing 90 degrees left, having the boat, the inside edges of the sponson connected to the water to make that thing turn the way you want, it's got to be super fine line between a good turn and being wild and out of control, which two things, right? You either got to back off or you're going to possibly end up on your head.
Well, there's a couple different strategies about going through a corner. Some guys will leave their foot to the floor and use the trim. So when you're coming down the straightaway, a Formula One boat, you're flying it as much as you're driving it. So you have input of the steering wheel. On your right foot, you have the gas pedal. On your left foot, and everybody does it different, but I would drive with my trim out on my left foot, and then I would have in on the steering wheel. So that way I could be trimming it as I'm going through the corner and not having to worry about where my hand placement is. So these guys come down the front straightaway, they trim it up, they pack as much air underneath the boat as possible to lift the boat up to accelerate. As that boat is picking up speed, you continually trim it down to keep it on the water. So when these things are running right, you only have about a foot of the boat in the water. Everything else is picked up by the air. You come down to the turn, you get to the turn, you trim it down, you wet more of the running surface, you turn a 5G turn, and as you're partway through it, you're already on the up button. So you're never sitting still in a Formula One boat.
Right on, let's talk about that attack angle into the turns. To me, that there's so many things that would dictate a driver does that. I was talking to the 98 of Aiden Benton yesterday. Coming from an older, longer Lee craft, he could pin it and bury it in the corner, snap it, and that thing would turn around and he'd be out the gate. Now with this new composite craft, he tries to do that. The boat wants to grab so hard, so he had to learn how to set that boat differently. You know, we look back in the annals of history, a guy like Lynn Simberger. I mean, bury it, pin. You look at somebody like yourself, or your brother or your father. You guys, not necessarily that hard pin in. Where did you like your angle of attack? Did it change race to race, or did you have a attack that you like to go into every corner?
When you start a race, you got a plan, and as soon as the engine starts, the plan goes out the window. So for me, I like to be in lane 2 or 3, approaching the turn as you're coming down the straightaway. As you get about 100 feet from the turn, then you kind of crab the boat a little to the left. And what that'll do is it'll allow the boat to set down easier, because the easier you can make the boat set and hold, the more corner speed you're going to carry. And if you can carry more corner speed, then you can run a bigger prop.
Right, and corner speed's the name of the game, right? In Formula Ones and Formula Lights, heck, even Tri-Hull and the Talent Cup, you win and lose races in the corners, not on the straightaways.
That's right. But, when we're talking about corner entry and what you're thinking about, well, as soon as you have somebody in front of you, you have to enter that corner with what's available to you. So what you can't do, as you see the white water off the back of the boats, that has got a bunch of air in it, and that is not good to turn on.
No, it is not.
So it won't hold the boat, and when you're in that whitewash, and especially the wake, if you try and turn on that and that boat lets loose and then hits, that's when you see a barrel roll. So you got to watch what the guy in front of you is giving you in order to go the fastest way around the course, because that's why you get in front of somebody and you control the race.
Absolutely, and that's why you can see some of those experienced drivers maybe get the whole shot, not from pole, but find their way out to the clean water in lap 1. And even though they may not have the fastest top-end speed in their setup, they can drive the guys behind them all over the course and really keep them at bay for quite a long time.
Well, you get to know your fellow drivers, and you know that, hey, Travis Yates in the number 99, Travis likes to go pin to pin. So not to try and go up the inside of Travis. If you're going to pass him, you're going to have to get on the outside. And that really helps you knowing your fellow drivers. Like my dad used to say, you got to know what the guy in front of you is going to do before he knows what he's going to do.
Right. And to the total opposite of that, the boat we had on screen before, that's the two-time defending series champion, the one of Dustin Terry. He likes to be out there in lane 4 or 5, and he always liked to be a few lanes out. With that 4-stroke package, the attitude of that boat really likes to be even wider so he can make a big sweep and try to keep the RPMs up with that heavier motor package on the back with the 4-stroke.
Well, he's got his Hoffman accelerates better when he's on the outside, so that way he's not burying it. The other thing is the Mercury number 4 gear case that they all run, it accelerates better. It's a little bit longer than the old number 6 they used to run. So being a little bit longer, it accelerates better when it's going straight. So what you'll see some of these guys do is they don't turn the boat all the way around the corner. They let it go early. They let it accelerate, then they bring it around.
Gotcha. So they kind of go deeper into the turn instead of going hard to the pin?
It's not so much of that, is that you're releasing it early off the exit. So instead of holding the boat all the way around, they can get on the trim quicker. So they pick the boat up, but they're not necessarily going straight down the course then. They're going a little bit off to the side, let it accelerate, and then bring it around.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, and you definitely see that with the one of Dustin Terry. He loves to swing it wide and just let that boat kind of slide off the turn, and then as soon as that slide stops, you can just see the acceleration and the hammer down from the one at Dustin Terry. And not just him. You see very similar attitudes out of all the four-stroke boats, especially the likes of Chris Rinker. Maybe Dylan Anderson likes to run a little bit tighter. And here for qualifying heat number 1, there's a man who finds himself.
Dustin's got a good feel for that. You know, he likes that thing nice and loose on the outside.
Correct.
And that's his comfort zone. And then, you know, Dylan, on the other hand, Dylan Anderson in the number 17 Anderson Marine boat, he's more of, he likes to get the boat turned all the way through the corner, straight down the straightaway.
Yeah, you know, and then that's the different driving styles. You got guys that are more meticulous and more process-driven. You got other guys that just kind of like fly it high, wide, and let it dance and see what happens. You know, do you feel that maybe two different schools of thought? One more of a precision, the other one more of a feel, right? I mean, I know you all have to have that feel, but I do see some that are more of almost like a mechanical turning versus the other guys that are just letting their hands and their butt feel what the boat wants to do and just running with it.
Well, when you're up and running with a Formula One boat and you're on that cushion of air, it almost feels more like a helicopter. It doesn't track exactly straight like your car does going down the road, right? So you're on this cushion of air and it moves around a little bit, and that's fine. But that's a feeling you have to get used to because it's not a normal feeling.
I would say it's got to feel very foreign to the younger drivers and those that are earlier in their career. It's almost like, oh no, this thing's going to go over. Like I'm out of control, but you're really not. You're just on the edge of control.
Well, it's just that feeling, the comfort level, and that's not a typical feel that you feel in a boat, you know. So when you are going through that, you just got to let it go a little bit. And when I would drive, I would let the boat kind of go where it wanted to go. That way I'm not forcing it and scrubbing off speed.
Exactly. And it's a skill set that has to be developed and learned over time. There's very few that can come out early and have that feel. Now, there are drivers out there that have maybe a little bit higher degree of that feel come to them quicker than others. You know, we look at the 29 of Jared Jensen. It took him a little while. Now, that may have been because in his brand new boat at the opening of the 2025 season, he sent that thing sky high in Port Neches, and that's got to set you back a little bit.
Oh, it does.
But it seems like, you know, throughout the 2025 season, he finally started to get a little bit of that feel, and boy, that feel is there here in 2026. He's starting third here in Heat 1. He's 4 points off the series lead, and he's been on the podium every round so far, looking to do 3 in a row here at round 3.
I don't think he's been below third in anything we've done this year.
Yeah, the only time that we saw any drivers like him and those top drivers was round 2. That qualifying reverse order of points finish was very difficult.
Yeah, that hurt him in Port Neches.
And he wasn't the only one. You know, the 52 of Chris Rinker, I think, couldn't get better than 9th or 10th in the Heat 2 when he started from near the back, like the 29 of Jensen. And that's really what separates the field and gives that pole position is, hey, if you're out front, good for you, right? We expect you to put on a good race. You're going to probably have some pretty good opportunity to have a pretty good finishing position. But can you do that when you start last off the start pontoon? This wasn't necessarily something that was available to you during your race career. How do you feel it could have potentially changed?
No, we did that.
Oh, you did?
We did that. Heck yeah. In fact, I did it right here in 2016 was the last year that I raced in Shreveport. But, you know, we got a treat for all the fans today. Different than the prior 2 years, we're doing a modified Le Mans start. So we did rolling starts the previous 2 years because the current was so strong that we couldn't hold the boats.
Yeah.
Now, with the water, just the perfect water conditions on the Red River today, we're able to do a dock start. We got a couple more that we're lining up right now. And what you're going to see is we've got enough boats where it'll be a 2-flag start. So the first 10 on the first flag and all the rest on the second flag. So it's going to be very exciting. They're going to come off the dock. When they count down, you got a 60-second countdown. When they get to 20 seconds, then the flagman holds the flag up and it's under his control.
It is, and that pre-race, right, or beginning of the race is so important because a couple of milliseconds difference between firing that motor and getting off the dock can be the difference between you getting the whole shot and you having to back off and finding yourself in 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th position on the opening half a lap.
It gets to the point where if you're using a toggle switch to start the motor, you will bend that toggle switch down a little bit before it makes contact, so it's quicker. I mean, that's how precise you have to be if you want to be the first boat in the first turn.
Absolutely, and we saw that showcased in round 2. The 24 of Spencer Love did not start on pole, but he had that trigger finger nailed, and he came off the dock screaming fast. He got out in the open water, and again, like a veteran, right, your 2022 series champion in F1, he understands, I just got to get out in front. If I can get out in front, I'm in control then. I can dictate. And, boy, he ran away from the field knowing that once I get into these back markers, everybody is so fast, the field will close on me. And they did.
Oh, yeah.
But tip of the cap to the man from Santa Rosa Valley, California, in the number 24 Clover machine, because he didn't let it affect him. He was cool as the other side of the pillow, and he fought him off every time they charged at him all the way to victory. The question is this the comeback after a couple of years of struggling for the 24-11? Can he go back-to-back and win here at the Red River Rumble? Looking fast, but not quite the fastest in qualifying earlier. But, hey, there's 3 more qualifying heats before we set that final grid.
Exactly, and Spencer sets up for the race. Spencer is very good at getting off the beach, and that won him the race in Port Neches.
Absolutely.
That not doing anything wrong, but I see our race director, John Schubert, down there, and we're just going over, since these guys haven't done a dock start here, we're just going over, make sure everybody knows exactly where they need to go so we don't have somebody with a miscue and it having a chain reaction down the line, because it does get narrow here, and we want everybody to come through safely on the first lap.
Absolutely, and I mean, these drivers have to essentially provide themselves their own visual picture of where is my lane, where is my gate through the middle of the course.
It's a virtual
down.
lane.
Yeah, it's there, but it's water. It's not like a racetrack where you can paint a lane stripe to give them a guide. It's all essentially what your visual field believes is the lane that you need to be in, and then managing the distance side by side between the 2 competitors on your right and left.
Yeah, and they'll put, you notice down here they got a white and yellow, and then they got a white and orange. And that's some lane buoys. So that is reference for some of the drivers. So the first 5 will go in between those, and the second 5 will go on the outside of it then.
Because if we let them all go to the pin, I mean, we don't have to talk in depth about what that can cause. I mean, there have been numerous races. One that comes to mind is back in the early 90s in Augusta, Georgia. You let them all go to the turn, you may have 4, 5, 6 restarts before you get a couple of laps in. And I think a really smart move by the series to understand, hey guys, you need to. We're gonna give you the ability to make it easier to stay in your lane and not allow you to want to go to the inside, because you know you're going to get penalized, right? If there was no penalty for it, everybody's trying to jam down to the pin in turn 1, and you know how chaotic it gets.
And there's, the IHRA, their very first initiative is safety, right? So that includes the equipment, that includes how you drive, what you can and can't do. So there is overlap rules. So you have to be in front of the boat before you come over on them. You also have bearing away, so you can't push a boat wide just to change lanes so he can't pass you. You also have to, it's test flag. You also, it's your responsibility as the passing boat to pass them safely. So, we got a lot of things in the rule book, so that way we can have a nice, safe race.
Yeah, it's a little bit different than you see on the IHRA Stock Car Series, where at that last race they showed in the highlights prior at the opening here, where they were tagging each other in the corner and bumping each other out of the way. It's a little bit more chaotic and destructive here with a Formula One tunnel boat than it is a stock car. So, let's get them out of their own way, and so they don't make those aggressive decisions that can cost them and others the rest of their race weekend.
Well, unlike in car racing, you can't draft in the boat racing because of the big rooster tails behind you. So you have to stay out to the side, the visibility, not seeing on the other side of it. So that's one of the reasons we have to have some of these rules in place.
Absolutely. And it makes for great racing because it really allows them to focus on, hey, if I am 6th or 7th, is it going to change my prop? Because I know I have to be on the outside of the gate going through the middle of the course, so I'm not going to be able to push it down into the pin early, which means I'm going to need to carry more corner speed through the corner to try to beat them the long way around the race course. And we've seen many drivers prove that it is absolutely possible to pull that off from 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th off the start dock and find your way out in the clean water on the opening lap.
Yeah, and what ends up happening is they get jammed up on the inside. So that's when the outside through turns 1, 2, 3, 4 helps on the first opening laps.
Is it hard to fight that instinct to want to just dive in there, to be the guy short way around the course to the pin and get out early?
Yes, it is. And, it's just like even when you're starting off the dock, your immediate reaction is to trim it up as soon as the boat starts. But the best way is let it pick itself up a little bit before you use the trim to pick the boat up. And that's extremely hard, especially when you got guys on both sides of you and you're trying to drag race them down to the first turn.
Yeah, it may not be for very long, but allowing the boat to just get itself up on plane a little bit before you trim it out and lay the hammer down, it's got to be so counterintuitive to the guy who just wants to go as fast as humanly possible out on the water.
That's right. You got to have a little patience.
Absolutely. All right, well, I think we've got all the drivers lined up for our opening heat here in Formula One class. 8 minutes plus 2 laps here for the opening of 3 qualifying heats here in the Formula One class. Who's going to come out on top early doesn't necessarily dictate who's going to be the big dog on the weekend, but it definitely sure sets the tone, Tim.
It does. It's going to be a great start for the Formula Ones here at Shreveport-Bossier. The Red River is nice to us, and this is fantastic water. So we're looking forward to it. Test flag's up now. These guys will get a look at it, make sure everybody can see it clearly. That's a great shot there.
Absolutely. Is our IHRA rescue team the best in the business out there pulling double duty? Not only do they take care of our drivers, but they also an integral part of the starting procedure here in the Formula One class. There you see them all lined up right against that high wall on the Shreveport side of the Red River here for the 2026 Red River Rumble. Round 3 on the 2026 schedule as we're looking to kick off qualifying heat number 1 here in Formula One. All right, we can see the boat is just inside the south end of turns 1 and 2 on the south end of the course, making sure that those drivers can see them. Because you don't have a ton of visibility, especially the way these capsules are designed in the tunnel boats. You have a very narrow field of vision. Is that something that's difficult to get used to, especially somebody like yourself who made it through early in your career, that transition to fully enclosed cockpits and lids? Is it hard to see or get used to that narrow field of vision?
It is. It is, and the thing that changed for me is when you strapped yourself in for the first time. Not necessarily being enclosed, but when you strap yourself in. But you got to remember, when these guys are lined up on the start dock, the flag can't be too far to the left, otherwise the boat to your left blocks it.
Right.
So that's why you're seeing it more out in the middle of all the drivers.
Yeah, that way we can give all the drivers here in Formula One the best access to get off the dock. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. 1 minute, drivers, 1 minute. The 17 of Dylan Anderson's on the pole, going sub 29 seconds in fast lap qualifiers. Can he go wire to wire? 50 seconds, drivers, 50 seconds. Or will the Sylvan Pontoons, 52 of Chris Rinker, who's second off the start dock, get the start he's looking for and come out in front early? 40 seconds, drivers, 40 seconds. Then you got the likes of Grant Schubert, Jeremiah Mayo, the 01 of Dustin Terry, our two-time defending champion. 30 seconds, drivers, 30 seconds. Then you got the 24 of Spencer Love. He won in round 2. The 71 of Jimmy Kirk. Can he get his first podium here? Well, it all starts right now, ladies and gentlemen. 20 seconds, drivers. You're under starters order. The flag is up. drops the flag. Oh no, the 71 and Kerr doesn't fire. Neither does the 34 of Reno.
Chris Rinker got his didn't fire very well either.
And how about the 17 of Dylan Anderson just on the button? He hammered that start. What a perfect run down to the north end of the course as they go down into turn 3. And then as they come off turn 3, look at Anderson sliding in lane 2 there. Then the 29 of Jensen is fighting with the 24 of Love as they go side by side for second down at the opening lap, start lap 1.
They'll have to be careful in the turns 1 and 2 there, because you got all the weight from the boats taking off from the dock. So you saw Jeremiah Mayo skipping out a little bit there.
Absolutely, there the 24 of Spencer Love able to get by the 29 of Jared Jensen. 52 of Rinker's off, 71 of Jimmy Kerr is off. They're dropping like flies early here, Tim.
They are. Not for Dylan Anderson, though. He's on rails right now. Spencer did what he needed to do. He got past Jensen. Now he's got to set his eyes up on the old 17.
Yeah, we got
Dylan
outlaw
Anderson.
teammates on the inside. It's the 8 of Mayo. On the outside, it's the 1 of Terry. Terry just closes the door on him. And looks like he's going to move his way up and start to battle for a spot on the podium. But understand that you're not going to get by the 8 of Jeremiah Mayo in just one corner.
No, you're not. And they're deck to deck right now, going into the corner. Jeremiah's got to go hard on the inside, which hurts his corner speed, but he's got a little acceleration. But then the number 1 pulls him a little bit on top end, and you see him going right for the pin.
And then he closes the door hard. Now, it took him an extra lap, but I guess you can confidently say the 1 of Dustin Terry now moving up into 4th position. Now he's got to try to hunt down the 29 of Jared Jensen, as him and the 24 Love, those 2.5 liter V6 two-stroke powered Formula Ones, trying to track down the man in the big V8, the 17 of Dylan Anderson, that Anderson Marine Machine, as he's already climbing up on the 99 of Travis Yates and looking to push his way to victory here, going wire to wire in qualifying heat number 1.
You know, I'm not seeing, where's Grant? Number 13.
I don't think the 13 fired. He's waiting. Oh, no, is he sinking down there?
He's down by the pits, down by the crane.
And we lost the 98 of Aiden Benton as well. Boy, it looks like there might be some taking on some water or something. He is really struggling down there. But the man who's not struggling is the 17 of Dylan Anderson. No, there's the 98 of Aiden Benton. He's still out there on the course.
He's still out there.
Pushing hard now. He's probably going to have a little bit of a more mild manner this weekend, here in round 3, after he had a rough round 2 going over in that brand new boat. Told me, he's like, I pushed it a little too hard. I still got some learning to do to figure out this new boat, because the style of driving that I have to get the maximum performance out of it is so different from the boat he had before.
Total opposites. He had an older Lee craft before, and then he gets into the composite craft. It's a much more aggressive boat, shorter.
Yeah, that Lee was long.
Yeah. So he'll learn with it. He just needs to settle down and come home in one piece and learn.
Absolutely. Now, have you seen, it seems to me as we've moved over to the composite materials and everything being a lot lighter, it's allowed more of that tail lift to really drive the boats harder, so you don't need as much length in the tunnel hull to really pack air and lift the whole thing out of the water. Because back 20 years ago, the boats were considerably longer in racing terms than they are today.
Well, the last 5-10 years, you've noticed the tunnels getting wider in the race boats.
What does that wider tunnel do for the driver?
Packs more air underneath it, lifts the boat up quicker, and it allows you to accelerate.
What's the downside to having a big wide tunnel?
Downside is when the conditions get rough or windy, it's hard to handle.
There we go. Well, the wind picking up a little bit, but still pretty calm considering what we've seen the last couple of years. But boy, the 29 of Jensen just does not want to go away. There's the 34 of Jeff Reno.
Spencer's had a couple tough corners down there, and it looks like that's really a one-pin turn down there, because the turn 3 has moved. So,
looks like they got the 13 of Grant Schubert. He's sinking down there. Looks like they're getting the slings on. Possibly, boy, what happened to the 13 at Grand Schubert? I wonder if he picked up some debris. Now, Red River really clear, especially compared to the last 2 years.
Oh, fantastic.
But it's a river, right?
Red River's been fantastic this year.
It's still going to turn up some stuff that looked like it might have tagged the 13 at Grand Schubert.
He might have got together with somebody on the start.
Absolutely. Maybe played a part of the cause that clipped the turn number 3 that's causing that buoy to move itself to the infield. Now, we will go from a 4 to a 3-pin course, but if we lose that second pin, then we're going to hit the restart. Dylan Anderson does not want that.
No, we want to just keep it rolling. You know, we got a little over 3 minutes plus 2 laps to go. So.
And the 17 of Dylan Anderson continues to push now as he comes down the front straightaway. 3 minutes plus 2 laps remaining here in this opening qualifying heat in Formula One. Can he continue to push hard and grow that lead over the 24 of Love and the 29 of Jensen? And I think the 17 of Dylan Anderson, he is loving to see this battle between the 24 and the 29 boat, because the more they battle each other, the more they forget about how far the 17 of Dylan Anderson is out in front of them, and it just allows them to continually grow that lead. And with as tight as these drivers are, elapsed time completing all your qualifying heats could be the difference between a top spot on the dock for the start and the final or being shuffled back a few positions.
That's right. So every second counts in every heat. But right now, the white number 24, Spencer Love, is holding off the white and teal number 29 of Jared Jensen. But they're coming up on some back markers, and that could play into Jensen's hand.
Absolutely. Oh,
Gets
no, the
right
98 of Aiden Benton. No wonder he's been slowed a little bit. Looks like his crew left the pole that holds the boat in place, the dock pole. And we've seen this happen before. Does it really do anything to the attitude of the boat, can it? Or does it just look a little funky out there flopping around?
It's more of looking funky.
Well, and it's still hanging on there. Now, his crew's probably just hoping the thing doesn't end up at the bottom of the river and they can get it back after the heat.
Well, all the competitors are too. You hit if that was to come off and you would hit it, it definitely damage a gear case or a prop.
Right, and it may not be the biggest, maybe a little nick, but the littlest of nicks in these propellers, because they're so important to these Formula Ones, can drastically change the performance on the back of these Formula One machines.
You're seeing our leader come up on the faster back markers now. So he keeps working his way up there, and every time you get you pass another lap boat, you're getting to a faster one. So it makes it harder to pass, and that's why you want some kind of a gap between you and the next
looks like
guy.
the one of Dustin Terry is slowing way down. He almost got together with the 98 of Aiden Benton. It looks
He's
like
pulling off.
Something happened down there outside of turn number 4 on the north end of the course. 98 of Benton and the one of Terry almost got together. Now Terry pulling off the course. Boy, what is going on, Tim? They are dropping like flies here in qualifying heat 1.
A lot of attrition today in the first heat.
But thankfully, no wrecks. Typically, we find if mechanicals can be fixed fairly easily and quickly to get back out, it's when they get together or go over that things become much more difficult.
It is, and you're seeing the guys that have been running up front early this season, you're seeing those guys still roll.
Absolutely. Outside of the 52 of Chris Rinker, I don't know what happened. He doesn't look like he got together with anybody. We saw his start was absolutely brutal. Does that mechanical issue have anything to do with why he started so poorly and eventually had to pull off?
I don't know for sure until he gets out of the boat and we ask him, but white flag, here we go. One more for Dylan Anderson out front.
Absolutely. He is cruising right now. He's got that thing on cruise control going down into turn number 1. He sets it off at turn 1, now slides it wide out of turn number 2. Packing air back under that 17-foot long Hoffman composite Formula One, purposely built for this 4-stroke, a little bit different than the 2-stroke setup. Oh, look out, Jeremiah Mayo.
Loses his rear cowling in the spray.
Man, he just got pounded by the spray of the 29 of Jensen, but he is right behind him on the final lap. Ladies and gentlemen, your winner in qualifying heat number 1, the man who started on pole number 17, Mr. Dylan Anderson. Now we got that battle for 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. As they go down the front straightaway, it looks like in 2nd, that's the 24 of Spencer Love, followed by the 29 of Jared Jensen, then the 8 of Jeremiah Mayo. Boy, they were all over each other right there at the end.
They were, and he had been picking off. You know, when two boats get into a battle, like Love and Jensen were, that allows Jeremiah in the number 8 to kind of pick up on them because they're too busy worrying about each other.
Right.
So
it was the same reason why the 17 Anderson was really allowed to run away with it, because he didn't have necessarily anybody to battle, and those two were fighting each other so hard they forgot how far behind they were, the 17, because
slows them down.
Yeah, they're so focused on not letting themselves go from second to third, or focusing so hard on getting up to second from third. Dylan Anderson was able to walk away with the victory here in Heat 1, but the attrition was fairly substantial here. We lost 5 boats in this opening qualifying heat. Thankfully, most of them to mechanical failures, it appears. Looks like the 71 of Jimmy Kerr, looks like that motor might be at a tilted angle, like maybe the trim stuck on that motor. That can be a tough one in the Formula One. But let's take a full recap of the race. There you see multiple
Kerr's
boats.
Got a bad start in the 52.
Yeah, same with the 71
boat.
of Kerr, the 34 of Reno. Reno finally gets it fired. Kerr
he was second flag.
Yeah, and Kerr never really got it fired, but boy, like a rocket. I mean, he nailed the start, perfect. He was 5 boat lengths clear of the entire field before they got halfway through the infield down to the north end of the course, and he ran it all the way to the checkered flag from there. Then the battle from there was really for that 2, 3, and 4 spot. We saw the likes of 29 of Jared Jensen, the 24 of Love, the 1 of Terry, and the 8 of Mayo. But that guy right there was super fast in qualifying. We're going to have to find out what happened to the 13 at Grant Schubert that caused him to get on the slings quickly, so that boat looks like it didn't end up in the bottom of the Red River. But boy, that battle for second, third, and fourth was fantastic. And Jeremiah Mayo, in true Jeremiah Mayo fashion, always there to give it one last push right at the end, and he almost pulled it off.
Got to be there at the end.
And that's where he always is. You may never see Jeremiah Mayo for 75% of most races, and then all of a sudden you're like, wait a minute, how is this guy battling for a podium? Where did he come from? All right, well, we're going to turn things down to our hot pits as they've got the 13 of Grant Schubert to find out what the heck happened with that Captain Mark Seafood sponsored entry that caused him to pull off early and have to get that thing out of the water right away. Send it down to Bonnie Jill.
Here with Grant Schubert. Now, Grant, you got to tell me, first of all, I'm glad you're okay. So what happened out there?
It's just a racing incident. Me and Chris Shrinker didn't get the best start off the dock, and people beat us there. Our lanes were gone. We were trying to come around turn 4, and we just got together, and it just poked a little hole in the side of the boat, and luckily we got it back on the trailer.
Let's look at some of the damage that happened to your boat.
Okay, so these boats are built, and they're connected on the side right here, and it just peeled the whole side down. So hopefully we can get it fixed this weekend and try and finish for the final, but we're just going to go back and look at it.
You seemed really calm, cool, collective. How'd you do that?
I've done this a few times. So I'm good at something I shouldn't be good at, and, you get used to it after a while.
We're glad you're okay.
Thank you.
Guys, back to you.
Oh, thanks, Bonnie Jill. Well, it's funny. I was talking to the 13 at Grant Schubert yesterday, and one of the proud facts he had is, hey, I've never wrecked a Formula One boat. Well, I guess we can say that that's not the same anymore. Look at these full field results, 11 seconds, and it looks like, the 24 of Spencer Love may have had a bit of an issue with the timing system there, because the Love was in second, followed by the 29 of Jensen, then the 8 of Mayo. Aiden Benton, stuck with it, finished in fifth. You know what? Hey, attrition is a part of racing. You can't finish first if you don't first finish. He finishes up in fifth. Solid run there by Reno. And then, boy, look at the attrition on there. 2-time defending champion Dustin Terry. He pulls off, finishes in 8th. Grant Schubert can't make it. He finishes in 9th, followed by the 52 of Chris Rinker. And then the 71 of Jimmy Kerr. He didn't even make it through the infield. Made it about 200 yards and had to just come to a complete stop. Frustrating opening qualifying heat for the man from Michigan. Running for JR's Chicken, trying to get himself on the podium for the first time here in 2026.
Well, hopefully we can get some info on what happened to these drivers. You see there, Jimmy getting towed in, and we'll see what's going on with them.
Yeah, now I'm curious to see, what does the 52 of Rinker look like? When they got together there, that was the front left sponson. So did he tag the back of Rinker, and it may have done something to the steering or something like that on the motor? Because, if he would have gotten, if it's on the left of one boat, you think it's going to be on the right side of the other boat. And we know if you have damage, if you're going to have damage, having it on the right side of the boat's the best, because these guys are turning left hard. You may be able to run it a little bit harder, but also he may have pulled it off because he understands this is heat number 1, and he doesn't want to put himself on the trailer for the weekend before it starts.
That's right, but, these guys are competitors, so if there's any possible way, number 1, that you can stay out there, they will.
Oh, absolutely.
And the second part of that is their crews are going to thrash to do whatever they need to do to get them back in the water.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be right back with more from the 2026 Red River Rumble Round 3 here in 2026.
Get in on the action all weekend long at Sam's-Town Hotel and Casino, your official casino and hotel partner of the 2026 Red River Rumble. Just minutes away, keep the excitement going with live entertainment every Friday and Saturday night with great dining options and non-stop casino gaming. When the races wrap up, the party's just getting started. Sam's-Town Hotel and Casino, official casino and hotel partner of the 2026 Red River Rumble. Stay, play, celebrate the Rumble, only at Sam's-Town Hotel and Casino.
In my Louisiana, sunrise means fresh seafood on the table.
My Louisiana, every meal is a celebration.
My Louisiana really makes me wonder.
Ours is fast!
With real-life swamp creatures. In my Louisiana, music is a way of life.
My Louisiana is sheer magic, from sun up to sundown.
Till sunup again. What will your Louisiana be?
When you find your Louisiana, you feed your soul.
Get ready, Alton. The IHRA F1 Powerboat Series is back. July 17th through 19th at Riverfront Park. Experience the 3rd annual Alton Powerboat Nationals. It's 3 days of high-speed action on the Mississippi featuring Formula One boats. Enjoy music, great food, and family fun for everyone. Get your tickets and full details now at IHRA.com. Brought to you by Simmons Hanley Conroy Law Firm, the City of Alton, Great Rivers and Roots Tourism Bureau, and Enjoy Illinois. We'll see you at the races.
The 2026 Red River Rumble, brought to you locally by Raising Cane's, One Love, the Shreveport-Bossier Sports Commission, fueling the fun. Visit Shreveport-Bossier, 2 cities, 1 heart. The Red River Waterway Commission, fostering economic growth and recreational development. Sam's-Town Hotel and Casino Shreveport, come home to Sam's-Town. And the Louisiana Office of Tourism, feed your soul. All right, race fans. Well, there we see the one of Dustin Terry, him having to be towed in as well. That one's a little bit more curious to me. Obviously, we found out the 13 of Schubert and the 52 of Rinker got together. Kerr, he's sitting there behind it with toe strap there as well. But the one of Terry getting towed in, that's weird to me. I wonder if there's possibly some residual damage from when he got together with Andrew Tate in round 2 in Port Neches in the final.
You know, the only thing that he's had happen to him in the last couple of years is he had a battery problem at Marble Falls. Oh, he had a prop fall off in Marble Falls.
Yep.
And he had a battery problem at one of the other events. So I wonder if that's related somehow on the electrical side.
It's very possible. I mean, he has definitely been somebody who narrowly escaped catastrophe more than once over the last couple of seasons, and he did everything perfectly when he got those opportunities because he's your 2-time defending series champion, and he didn't even win a race in 2025.
No, that's a great consistency, but you got to finish heat races if you're going to have that consistency. And a guy that's doing that is the 29 of Jared Jensen.
Yeah, absolutely. Him and the 24 of Spencer Love have been super consistent. 17 of Dylan Anderson. He struggled in Bradenton, Florida. Almost blew it over in one of the qualifying heats coming off of turn number 4 down there. And he struggled a little bit to get dialed in. I think he's trying to, shed the weight of 2025. We don't need to go into what happened, but it was frustrating for him. And he's trying to refocus. And it maybe took him a couple of rounds, but boy, he seems laser focused here in round 3 because that was a dominating performance in qualifying heat number 1.
No, now he'll have to start at the end of the dock, so we'll see what happens.
Well, we just got pictures sent in from Aaron Green in the tri-hull. There's some pretty hefty deck damage from that lower unit and the propeller of the 56 of Clint Dillard from that opening heat that sent Dillard sky high out of turn number 2. But, hey, that's tri-hulls. That's what they do to one another. I don't know if you'll ever find a clean boat at the end of a race weekend, any race on the 2026 schedule in tri-hull.
Tri-hulls are the epitome of Rubbins racing.
Absolutely. I mean, it's the closest thing that you're going to see on the water to short track racing that you see where they're all bunched up on one another. They're tagging each other, pushing each other in and out of the corners. Let's see. Can we get a? Oh, they pulled it away. We were hoping to get a look at the bottom of the 52 of Chris Rinker as they craned him on to his trailer to see if there was any damage from that collision with the 13 of Grant Schubert on that opening lap. But we cut away from it, so hopefully we'll get a word with that driver maybe a little bit later today to find out what happened down there. I mean, we have an understanding of what happened, but what was sustained damage-wise on the 52 of Chris Rinker.
Well, we got the Formula Lights coming up next, which is going to be a very good show.
Absolutely. It's going to be a fantastic run. But right now, we're going to send things down to the hot pits. Bonnie Jill is with the 52 of Chris Rinker. Let's find out what happened to him when he got together with Grant Schubert. Bonnie Jill.
So we're here with Chris Rinker. Chris, how are you feeling, first of all?
I'm fine. Absolutely fine. We didn't get a good start off the beach, and that puts you in a pretty tough position when you get to that first turn. And made a good, nice turn, and then had a flash of a couple boats in front of me. Looked like they may have lost a little bit of control and pushed me to the inside. And I corrected to get outside the buoy, and there was already somebody there, so just racing.
Yeah, we always like to get both sides of the story. So from your perspective, that's what happened.
It happened so quick, but yeah, that's what I saw.
Yeah, how much damage do you have to the boat?
It's not bad. I mean, I'm going to have to go look at it when it's on the trailer. I mean, I was looking at it on the water. It's hard to tell. Maybe some damage underneath, but I think we can fix it.
Okay, well, I'm glad you're okay, and thank you for your time.
Yeah, thank you.
Back to you guys.
All right, thanks, Bonnie Jill. Well, the 52 of Chris Rinker still a little bit amiss is what the bottom or side of that hull is going to look like, and I guess sometimes you got to lucky is better than good sometimes, and I think he might have gotten lucky because it's on the right side of the boat. Whereas you look at the 13 of Grant Schubert, it's going to take a much heftier repair because as he tries to set that left sponson in the corner, if they don't have that thing fully repaired, it'll peel that sponson right off the boat here on the Red River.
Well, it's the seam between the hull and the deck is what broke on Grant's, and that's a glue seam. So the difficult part right now is in order to fix it, it's got to be dry. So they got to try and dry that out real quick and then put some epoxy on it to get it fixed. So we might see him later on today. We might not, but Michael Schubert will be hot and heavy on fixing it.
I mean, he is a wizard in the pits for the Outlaw team. I think if it weren't for Michael Schubert, I don't know if we would see many Outlaw.
The 9 boats wouldn't be able to race.
Right, absolutely.
On the Outlaw team.
And, it's funny because he does all the work on them, but if you talk to Michael, I hate fiberglass more than anything else. I mean, it's itchy, it's sticky, it's messy, but hey, let's thank that we're in 2026 and there's quick drying epoxy, some things that weren't necessarily around till fairly recently, because I know they can get that stuff to set up pretty quickly these days, and I know the 13 of Grant Schubert's going to keep those fingers crossed. Hopefully they can get that dried out, glued back together, and ready to go for qualifying heat number 2.
And I'm sure James Chamber and the Rinker crew is going to evaluate that thing, make sure that everything is safe, and then see what they need to do to get it back on the water.
And he does have the benefit of having a backup boat with him here for round number 3. So worst case scenario, he'll have to ditch what few points he got from starting. Now he ended up finishing last because Jimmy Kerr made it about, only about a couple hundred yards, and Rinker made it a half a lap. So he's going to be ahead of the 71 of Kerr. But if you're going to have to make the switch, you might as well do it after Heat 1 instead of trying to push it and have something fall apart on you in the main event.
No, that would be the best case scenario in order to get into a backup boat, because now you're only giving up a few points rather than making it all the way down to the final, and then something happens, and then you have to get in a backup boat. So not only do you lose your points that you've gained with the original boat, but then you also lose your starting position and got to go to the back. So I think Hopefully Chris can get his fixed. Won't have to worry about that, but we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, the only thing that gets slightly better than that, we actually saw at our final round in 2025 when the 52 at Rinker and the 29 at Jensen got together. They were able to get into their backup boats. They did have to go to the back of the start pontoon, but because we were in the middle of the race, they were at least able to keep some of their points there. And boy, it made things crazy for that final race of 2025 that saw the top 4 boats with just a couple of points of one another.
Well, it was for the championship, so you don't have a choice.
Right.
I mean, you got to use every asset you can, all the equipment, because there's no tomorrow.
Right, and I mean, I have remembered more than once watching you fly out of the boat like you weren't even strapped in and go sprinting through the pits and get into your backup boat because you do what you have to. It's not necessarily what you want to do sometimes, but when you get yourself in those dire situations, you got to make those hard decisions. And boy, that's got to be hard on the mental aspect of these drivers when you have things like this happen, to try to reset. It's kind of like a golfer. You have one bad hole, you got to ditch that bad hole and just focus on what's in front of you.
That's right. Get it out of your mind.
Absolutely. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be back with more from the 2026 Red River Rumble after a word from our sponsors. We'll be right back after this.
Get racing news, analysis, highlights, and more 24 hours a day, 7 days a week at speedsport.com. Get it all. NASCAR, IndyCar, Formula One, World of Outlaws, Trans Am, IHRA, and more. Speed Sport has been America's trusted source of racing news since 1934. Speedsport.com is America's motorsports authority. Check it out today. The IHRA Stock Car Series is live next weekend on Speed Sport 1. Round 3 of the 2026 season is at Newport Speedway. Big money is on the line and drivers are hungry for a piece of the pie. To get tickets to the event, go to IHRA.com. If you can't be there, we've got you covered. Qualifying will be at 3 p.m. Eastern on Speed Sport 2. The main events will be on Speed Sport 1 starting at 6 p.m. Eastern. Go to speedsport1.com for details and viewing options. Find the best in IMCA racing on Speed Sport 1. Get down and dirty with the modifieds, Race Saver sprint cars, stock cars, sport mods, hobby stocks, and more. Throughout the season, we'll take you to some of the best dirt tracks across the country. Not only that, but you've got access to the biggest IMCA events of the year, from the Winter Nationals to the Super Nationals. It's free to watch. Go to speedsport1.com for details and viewing options.
The 2026 Red River Rumble, brought to you by Raisin Canes, One Love, the Shreveport-Bossier Sports Commission, fueling the fun. Visit Shreveport-Bossier, 2 cities, 1 heart. The Red River Waterway Commission, fostering economic growth and recreational development. Samstown Hotel Casino Shreveport, come home to Samstown. And the Louisiana Office of Tourism, feed your soul. All right, welcome back, race fans, here for the Saturday's qualifying here at round 3 in the 2026 IHRA Formula One Powerboat Series. Here it's the Red River Rumble, the 3rd edition of the Red River Rumble, and a much tamer Red River here in 2026 that has seen the 17 of Dylan Anderson find some fantastic speed and great starts. And we're now going to talk with the 71 of Jimmy Kerr, who only made it a couple of 100 yards off the dock here in qualifying heat number 1. Hopefully, it's something they can get fixed, but we're going to find out right now. Take it away, Bonnie Jill.
Here with F1 driver Jimmy Kerr. Jimmy had a little bit of trouble. Walk me through that.
Yeah, we had some fuel issues coming. We came to the dock fine. We went on a hot lap fine, and then sat there a little longer than I wanted to. But that's cliche. But got off the dock, and then all of a sudden it just cut out, and I had to prime it. It started back up. It died right then again, and then I had to hold the primer to keep it running, and then it just died. So we have fuel issues. We're battling. We'll be back. I got a great man, Kevin McCullough, in my pits, and we'll just figure it out, and we'll be out for the second heat.
What can you say about your crew who's working hard today?
They're always working hard. They worked hard the last 2 weeks after Port Neches. I had the power steering issue. We had to take the whole power steering unit out, change the whole dry shaft of the steering and everything within 2 weeks, and now we have a brand new power steering unit inside. That's great. Kevin did a great job on that, and now we just find another problem. So we just keep digging. That's what we do. We dig, and we'll be there for the final.
Beyond that, what kind of adjustments you want to make going into tomorrow?
The engine's a little fat. The humid air right here. It's just sucking, and and there's no breeze. So we like to have a little breeze and get off the water. A lot of us are sticking to the water, so it's really hard to get up and out of the water. So we wish we could get a little breeze. We don't want to say that, but we just want a little breeze.
All right. Good luck tomorrow. Thank you for your time.
Thanks, Bonnie. Appreciate it.
Back to you.
All right, thanks, Bonnie. Yeah, it has really become glass out here, and we've talked about this before, Tim. You'd think, right, people outside the powerboat racing community are like, why would you not want glass water? I mean, you can run so fast. And, hey, if these were all V-bottom boats, that may be the case. But when you have that cavity underneath the boat, boy, clean, glassy water can be real problematic.
It does. And what he's saying is it's sticky. So the water, when it has a little air to it, when you've got a little ruffle wind on top, that means not as much water is on the running surface. So then it frees it up. And when Jimmy was talking about his motor's a little fat right now, because of the air and the humidity in the air, he's got to rejet it because now he's got too much fuel and not enough air. So what he needs to do is lean it down a little bit, and it'll clean it up. But then on top of that, they've got the fuel issue, but Kevin will get that sorted out.
Absolutely, and those jets inside the carburetors on those 2.5 liter 2-stroke V6 outboards, the tiny minuscule adjustments can seem to make really big differences in the jets inside that carburetor. Not something that the 4-stroke guys have to worry about with that dynamic fuel injection.
Well, when you say you change the jets, these are thousands. So that shows you the difference in what you're doing is you've got 2 different sets of jets on those carburetors. One is for the fuel, the other is for the air. So your air jets works opposite of the fuel jets. So you go bigger in size, leans it out. Where on the fuel jets, you go bigger in size, it puts more fuel in it. So in the air jets help you on the low end and mid-range. So if you're not getting off the dock quite as well, or it's not coming off the turn quite as well, that's what you want to do. But I think, we're feeling a little bit more of a breeze right now. So Jimmy might have called that just perfect.
Absolutely. And the one thing, you do get some wind. Even if you get wind, it's all about where the wind is coming from, the direction. Obviously, right smack dab between Shreveport and Bossier, we've got larger buildings on either side of the river, big high walls on either side of the river. So if you have that crosswind coming across the river, it can be a little bit different than it coming straight out of the north like it is now.
That's right. Crosswinds are harder to deal with.
Absolutely. All right, well, we're going to send things back down to the hot pits as Bonnie Jills with the 34 of Jeff Reno. Bonnie, take it away.
Now joining me, Jeff Reno. Now, Jeff, tell me how that qualifying lap went out there.
Qualifying wasn't too bad, but the heat race, I've got some kind of fuel issue, so I didn't start real good, but ended up finishing fairly decent. So, you know, got to go back to the camp and find out what the problem is, get it ready for the next heat.
How are the weather conditions out there for you?
The water's water, you know, if it's raining or not, but the humidity changes the way you tune your motor, so it's a little tricky right now.
How will your mindset be, Jeff, going into tomorrow now after having this heat done?
I'm good. I'm good. Yeah. Top 5 is what I'm looking for.
Perfect. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
We'll see you tomorrow. Back to you guys.
All right, man, a few words and more action, Mr. Jeff Reno. You know, and I got to tip my cap to a guy, Jeff Reno. I was talking to our chief referee, Doug Ray. You know, in the new series race added in 2026, coming over as IHRA series taking over for a couple of fantastic longtime promoters that are in the twilight of their promoting career, the APR Super League. 175 races in the APR Super League. Jeff Reno, a pro, always out there, always fighting, always battling, and that right there shows how much these guys love this sport. When you can log that many races with one series, and he's on his way to climb up because he's been with us since the inception of the IHRA Formula One Powerboat Series back in 2017, and he's run a ton of races with us as well.
No, Jeff's a veteran. He's run multiple classes. His wife, wife raced, Carol. She ran the SST 60s. So
the last fully non-enclosed cockpit SST 60 that ran in the United States.
It was funny because Carol retired in 2016, which is the same year I retired, and we were both number 16.
There you go. So it was meant to be. The fans are lining the shores here of Shreveport and Bossier for round 3 here. As we're coming up next, we've got the Formula Lights, and there's going to be battles all over. We've got some of the top drivers from all over the country here in round 3. The big surprise, though, the winner from round 2 unable to make it here to round 3. That's going to really toss the points up. And right now, though, it's all about the 01 of Jake McKee, the young driver out of the Redlands, California, looking to make a big splash here in 2026. As he has really had a big come up in 2026 with that 01 machine here as he's on the water, just cruising around, waiting to get line up on the start dock for the first qualifying heat here in Formula Lights.
You know, Jake's a newer driver, and he's acclimated to the Formula Lights class very well. He's got a good feel for the boat. He doesn't mind pushing it. Another guy that's coming off a very good weekend down in Port Neches is Jose Madonna Jr. in the number 21. And that was a new boat farm down there, so they are dialing that thing in, and that will continue as they get more experience with it.
Absolutely, and if you look at that there, he's a part of that group going sub 30-second laps with a 29.446. He's going to start third off the start pontoon, so a solid run considering this is only the second race for him in that brand new Hoffman Composite Formula Light. But both those Hoffman Formula Lights right there in the top 3 with Shelby Love figuring it back out, dialing things in after the electrical issues. Talked to her crew chief and father, Spencer Love. They cleaned that entire electrical harness out because, you know, once you start getting electrical issues, possible water, especially, you know, if you got any brackish water from Port Neches in round 2 or in round 1 in Bradenton, both brackish water, you're chasing an invisible
She really
gremlin.
had problems both, you know, at both places with it on and off. So, and that was the problem. They couldn't find it, and it would just show up.
Yeah, it's hopefully she's got it really dialed in here, but we've got one more driver from the Formula One class. I'm really curious about this. What happened to our 2-time defending champion, Bonnie Jills, down with the 01 of Dustin Terry in the hot pits? Bonnie?
Now here with Dustin Terry. Dustin, tell me what happened in that lap out there.
I had gotten to a good place. I think I started 7th, got up to maybe 3rd or 4th, and I was coming around to lap Aiden, and we had a 1-pin turn in 3 and 4. One of the buoys had floated away, and I was on his outside coming up to pass him and dove underneath, and he didn't know that I went to the inside. He came and talked to me afterwards, said that he didn't know that I was there. So no big deal. I got a little tap on the engine, and then something died, so we're going to go figure it out. Hopefully just a spark plug wire knocked off and nothing too crucial. But we'll be back really fast, change props. I'm really happy with the setup.
What do you think are the biggest challenges with this course, Dustin?
I think that it's going to be that we have just tight 2 pins. Whenever you're driving through the bridges, the wind changes a little bit, so you can't make decisions too abruptly whenever you're doing that. So it's just about knowing when the wind's going to hit you and being confident. Short, tight turns, not great for a 4-stroke, but if we keep those guys pinned to the inside, it's kind of dogging down the 2-stroke, and the weather is helping us as well. The performance on the 4-stroke is definitely better today.
Well, good luck tomorrow. Thanks for joining me.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Back to you.
All right, always a great interview is the 01 of Dustin Terry, giving us some really good insights. So there was a little bit of a collision there between him and the 98 of Aiden Benton. Boy, it's a Aiden Benton here, just 2 races in. That's a second accident he's been a part of. So now we're getting them lined up on the start pontoon here. The 24 of Shelby Love finding herself back in that familiar position. And boy, she's going to be pushing hard here in 2026 because so close to a series championship in 2025. Just on the outside looking in when it all was said and done at the final race on the 2025 season, you got to imagine that young woman wants it bad here in 2026.
Well, she really wants to win the championship. And last year she had some great races. In fact, she won here last year.
In big fashion.
Now she needs to put the whole season together. And when you have an electrical issue, that's tough because it's hard to find and it knocks you out of heat races. But our winner from the second race in Port Neches isn't here this weekend. So that kind of opens up the whole thing.
Yeah, it absolutely does. You know, the one person who's going to be the most benefit of that is Jake McKee. He's just got to figure out, though, how do I get around the 24 of Shelby Love, because he only qualified second. If she gets that hole shot, it may be a precursor to what the entire weekend's going to be like for the 01 Jake McKee. He's just going to have to fight to hold that gap over the 24 of Love.
I don't think that he needs to worry about that as much as he needs to worry about staying ahead of number 21 and number 35. So Mark Schmierbach, veteran, he's won the championship multiple times. He knows how to do it. Jose Madonna Jr., world champion before. He knows what he's doing, and that's really what Jake's focus needs to be, because that's the guys right there in the championship.
Absolutely. It's going to be interesting to see. Now, we remember in the Formula One race, the 8 of Jeremiah Mayo lost his rear cowling, battling his tail off. He's down with Bonnie Jean in the hot pits with Bonnie Jill. Let's see what he had to say.
Now joining me, Jeremiah Mayo. Jeremiah, you started 4th, finished 4th. Walk me through what happened.
Yeah, we got some fuel issues going on. Our carburetors are flooding out, just this weather. I mean, it's super damp. It's either raining or it's not raining, so you try and adjust to that. And being that the weather just doesn't know what it's going to do, it's just causing us to kind of have some issues. I think everybody's kind of doing it. We started 4th and just kind of held where we were. We lost the position, gained it back. So we're kind of there, but we need to work on a few things, kind of regroup and come back swinging.
Yeah, everyone's talking about the fuel issues, and you think it has to do a lot with the weather.
Absolutely. Just the rain and all the moisture in the air. Yesterday we had a perfect day, so everybody tuned their motors to being dry, hot, everything, and then today it came along and we cooled down a little bit, just got humid, started raining, so just it's messing with everybody's head.
Jeremiah, on this course, where do you think you can gain the most speed?
Through the turns. I think I've got good top end, and then whenever I throw it into the turn, I think I'm catching a lot of people.
Thank you for your time. Good luck.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you. Back to you.
All right. Thanks, Bonnie Jill. That's the 8 of Jeremiah Mayo. Always in the mix in Formula One. Seems to be the man they call Get Out of My Way Mayo. He was right there, but boy, he does push it to the limit. He lost the rear cowling, and that only happened for one reason, because he was diving in there hard, trying to push it against the 29 of Jared Jensen in qualifying heat number 1, and got blasted by the rooster tail off the 29 of Jensen. But thankfully, these lightweight rear cowlings. They get put flotation in these days, so they were able to recover that off the course and get it back on the back of the boat. Because if not, boy, that can really affect the attitude with that turbulence from the air filing behind the cockpit without that sleek rear cowling to create the aerodynamics that they're normally used to.
Well, the biggest problem is then you can't go behind someone else. Otherwise, you're going to take a shot of water in the motor.
And that's not a good thing.
No, that's absolutely not a good thing. And Jeremiah's he's an aggressive driver. So that's why he's able to throw it into the corners like he does and make up time.
Yeah, I mean, I think Jeremiah Mayo is a perfect example of some people have that it factor. Some people have that ability to gain that feel that's necessary to run on the ragged edge much quicker. I mean, his ascension through Tri-Hull and Formula Lights, he performed at the top every step of the rung. The only thing he really hasn't done is find a way to seal that series championship in Formula One.
And I've got all the confidence in the world he's going to find that.
Oh, it's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when for the young driver out of Richmond, Texas, running for Ray Bob Seizing in that number 8 machine. We got the test flag up here in Formula Lights. Somebody getting a nice run in there over one of the bridges. Maybe he's running his way down to the shores of the Red River here for the Red River Rumble to catch some fantastic racing action as we push through here on qualifying Saturday at round 3 of the 2026 IHRA Formula One Powerboat Series. Excited to come next because we're going back to Texas here in a couple of weeks. But right now, we're about to get underway here for Formula Lights qualifying heat number 1. Coming up on the 1 minute gun, 1 minute drivers, 1 minute. Will the 24 of Shelby Love use that hole shot she got from being the fastest qualifier here in qualifying heat number 1 and run it wire to wire? 50 seconds, drivers, 50 seconds. Or will the 01 of Jake McKee come off well from the dock and fight for top spot and collect some more valuable points as he sits as the series points leader in 2026? 40 seconds, drivers. Then there's the Tampa Terror, the 21 of Jose Mendana Jr. You can never count him out, or the 35 of Mark Schmierbach. Then we got the 12 of Jack Schubert, the 94 of Dominic Trollian, and the 52 of Addison Dumford. Who's going to win qualifying heat number 3? 30 seconds, drivers, 30 seconds. It's going to be a knockdown, drag-out contest here on the shores of the Red River. Let's see who's going to win qualifying heat number 1. 20 seconds, drivers. You're under starters' orders. He drops the flag. Who's going to get a good jump there? Looks like the 01 of McKee gets a better jump than the 24 of Love. But boy, the 21 of Mendana did not come off the dock well at all. But no surprise, the 35 of Mark Schmierbach came off the dock perfectly. He's now got to find some clean water, see if he can't make up some ground. But boy, Jake McKee, the come up is still here, and he is pushing hard. Man, what a great hole shot for the 01 of Jake McKee coming second off the dock.
Well, he had to hold his lane going through the first turn. So now Shelby comes back on him because that lane was open. So
absolutely.
Jake's got the boat running really good. He looks like he's got a little bit of top end on her, but she's in lane 1.
How about the 35 of Mark Schmierbach? He's already gotten by the 21 of Mendana, who's now fighting with the 52 of Dumford. But the 24 of Shelby Love was able to clear the 01 of Jake McKee. Now, last year, possibly even, I don't know if that would have played out the way it did. She stuck to her guns, she held her line, and she didn't make any mistakes, and that allowed her to climb back into a position that did not allow the 1 of Jake McKee to shut the door on her, and now she's out in the clear water.
So Jose's on the outside in the number 21, the blue and orange. And if you remember, down in Port Neches, he found his comfort zone of running on the outside. That's where he made up a lot of ground.
Which is weird for him and a big learning curve because he's always been a pew guy for a very long time, and those boats love to go pin to pin. They're not really the wide lane type of boats. So he's really having to change his driving style and his attack out here, and I can imagine he's still just getting used to it and getting comfortable with that new driving attack that he's got to employ.
He's trying the inside, the outside to get around Dumford, but so far it's not working. But they're hanging right in there with Mark Schmierbach in the number 35.
Yeah, Schmierbach sitting up in third. He's trying to close the gap. Now the question is will Schmierbach and McKee get closed up and start fighting one another? Or will McKee get up with the 24-11 and they start battling and allow the 35 of Schmierbach to come in? But they also, you got to watch out for the 52 of Dumford. This young driver out of Tennessee has really put on a significant improvement in his driving skill here in 2026.
He's come a long way. I was surprised he qualified where he did. He must have had some kind of problem.
Now, so I talked to the 52 of Addison Dumford on the way here, running through Arkansas from Tennessee. They hit some pretty rough road conditions, ended up breaking the hooks in the trailer that were holding down their pit bikes that they used to travel around the race site here on the weekend. Pit bike slid into the boat and put a hole in the bottom side of the sponson that they were fixing all day yesterday, and and potentially didn't give them enough time to dial in that setup like he wanted to.
And rough roads like that, believe it or not, that can affect your float level in the carburetors.
Oh.
Because those carburetors, the floats in them are a plastic float, and it's got a metal tab on it. And what happens is those metal tabs come out of adjustment.
Oh, okay.
And so then your float level's not right. So then you could have a problem with it dying in the corners.
Why do I have a feeling that you know what that's like from personal experience?
Yeah. I spent a day or two on carburetors.
Absolutely. Well, 24 of Shelby Love is continuing to grow that lead. Whatever gremlins she had in Port Neches seem to be put to bay here early in qualifying heat number 1, as she's got about a half a straightaway lead over the 01 of Jake McKee, who just can't seem to pull away from the 35 of Mark Schmierbach. But no surprise, that veteran knows how to stay with guys and make sure he's in it and has an opportunity at the end of the weekend.
Jake just needs to concentrate on his laps. He doesn't need to worry about anybody else. He needs to just keep clicking off laps and running his lines. He needs to make sure that he doesn't make a mistake, and he's golden.
Absolutely, and he knows coming in, I have a 70-point lead over Shelby Love, who sits in second. So if she can win the whole weekend, as long as I sit there in second, she's not going to make up a whole lot of ground on me in the season point standings, and that's what they're all fighting for.
Here's your battle here, number 52 of Dumford and number 21 of Madonna.
And this is one of those ones where you got a younger driver versus a veteran. It's amazing to me how many times now you see Madonna try to go down to the inside. Dumford does a great job shutting the door, and he's now got to move wide to the outside. But it's amazing how long your veterans will wait for that move, right? They don't get trigger happy and try to jump in and force a move. They'll just sit there and methodically bide their time till that one moment comes, like we saw in Port Neches, and then pounce when the timing is perfect.
Well, a lot of it is when the opportunity presents itself. So it's not that you're not trying to pass them all the time. It's just that you never know when that door is going to open. So right now, Dumford's doing a good job, because in turns 1 and 2, he leaves a lane on turn 1, but then he takes the lane away on turn 2, and it gives Jose nowhere to go.
Right, that's where Jose, like you said, you got to know what your competitor's doing before he's doing. That's where Jose's got to set himself up, fake like he's going inside, and then maybe try to ring him around the outside. But now Dumford left him a lane down to the inside, then shuts it right off the straightaway. But boy, Madonna able to close a ton of gap there outside of coming out of turn number 2.
It's one thing catching somebody; it's another thing passing them.
Now you can see Madonna
Jose's
now goes
trying
down
to go
the
on the inside again.
And now he's got to work his way back to the outside. Now, do you think that's something that he's going to be able to finally find a spot to make a move?
Let's see what happens down here in this turn.
Now he stayed on his outside hip now because he knew Dumford was going to go to the pin off the exit. So Madonna chooses to stay wide to the outside, keep those RPMs up, try to keep that gap, because he knows if I'm not side by side with this guy, the opportunity may present itself, but I may not be in the position to attack when it does.
Exactly. Every time he's got to go back and forth over his wake, he just loses a little bit. He's got a good drive right now, but I think Dumford might have a little top end on him.
Well, and I think that was set up by the previous lap down in these 2 turns, just like he's doing this time, saying, no, don't go down to the inside. Don't do what your brain's telling you to do. Do what you know you need to do in this new boat, which is stay to the outside.
Jose picks up on him the first part of the straightaway, so his acceleration is good, and I think Dumford has a little more.
Yeah, white lap out here, 1 lap remaining in this 6 minutes plus 2 laps. Formula Lights qualifying heat number 1 as the 24 of Shelby Love is just driven away from the field here. She comes out of turn number 4. Ladies and gentlemen, taking qualifying heat number 1, the woman out of Santa Rosa Valley, California, number 24, Shelby Love. And in a nice run there, the Redlands, California native McKee racing on the side. The 01 of Jake McKee in second. And a much better performance than he saw in round 2, finishing third in qualifying heat number 1. The 35 of Mark Schmierbach, and then bang, bang, 4th, 5th, the 52 of Dumford, and the 21 of Mendana. Boy, we lost a couple of boats there. Briston Sherman wasn't able to make it out in that number 93 machine. The 94 of Trollian ended up having to pull off the course, and we find the 12 of Jack Schubert in the infield, but able to get the boat started. Typically, to me, that seems like it might be a trim issue or something, and you just didn't have the ability to be out on the race course at a top enough speed to not be, a detriment to the other drivers, right? These guys understand, like, hey, I want to fight, but if I'm going to be in the way and possibly put myself and my other drivers in a risky situation, I commend Jack for doing the smart thing and pulling to the infield. Because it's got to be hard knowing that you've got something broken and you can still run, but you're going to be, a safety concern out there to make that hard choice and pull to the infield.
Well, it might be an electrical issue. I know last night they were rebuilding the starter. So if he's got an intermittent problem, he might not know when it comes up.
Absolutely. All right, let's take the full field results here in Formula Lights. Shelby Love with a almost 8-second lead over the second place boat of Jake McKee as she runs wire to wire after a solid jump off the dock, but some really good maneuvering in that opening lap. Then the 35 of Mark Schmierbach he's been off just a titch here in 2026, Tim. Probably struggled a little bit, especially from that wreck in the opening qualifying heat round 2 where he blew it over on the opening lap.
He blew it over, and then they had some issues. They got in an accident actually on the way down here, and it broke part of the midsection. So he had the whole thing off the boat on Thursday.
Oh, boy. Then Addison Dumford right there in 4th. That's got to feel fantastic for that young driver because he was able to hold off the hard-charging 21 of Mendana. But there you see the start.
Jake got a fantastic start in the 01 in the red boat in second place, but he had to leave that lane for the number 24, Shelby Love.
And I commend 24 Shelby Love because I can imagine, especially when you're younger, right, when you know you didn't get that great start, you put that extra pressure on yourself. And that's when when mistakes get made, she stayed cool, she stayed calm, she stayed collected, and was able to set it down into turn number 4 on that opening half lap. And once they crossed the start-finish line, she had that inside lane, and she used that to roll it all the way to victory. But boy, what a battle here between the 52 of Dumford and the 21 of Mendana. They were all over each other, and what a fantastic run by Dumford. I would say probably his best heat race to date in that number 52 machine.
No, it was a great run by him. And back to your point, Shelby a couple years ago would get frustrated, and then she'd go backwards. Today, look, something happens, you pick the pieces up, you put them together, and you go out there and you do as good as you can. Well, she had lane 1, which is a huge advantage, and she comes home with the win.
Absolutely. Now she's got to do reverse order of finish for qualifying heat 2 like all of our classes, and that's going to be tough because now she's going to be looking at the likes of McKee, Schmierbach, and Mendana. However, with that additional experience, she's done this before already now. She knows what it's like to run through the field. And I think these guys are going to be shaking in their boots just a little bit if she can get a great jump off the dock and find some clean water in heat 2.
Well, Jake, if he gets off the dock like he did it in the first heat and he's on the inside of her, that might be a tall order for her to drive around the outside of
Oh, no, and look at this here. 24 of Shelby Love is out of her boat, hand paddling to try to get towards the dock. Did she run out of fuel? Because I know these drivers love to be dead on with the fuel to try to keep the boat as light as possible to try to affect performance, especially in these shorter qualifying heats, right? Obviously in the final, a lot more fuel because we're doing, 3 times as long of a race. But boy, that's interesting.
That's too close if that's fuel.
Absolutely.
You don't need to cut it that close.
No, I'm curious what happened. We'll have to find out. Hopefully she'll get a chance to chat with Bonnie Jill down there. But right now, we're going to take a break. We'll be right back after a word from our sponsors here at the Red River Rumble.
Get in on the action all weekend long at Sam's Town Hotel and Casino, your official casino and hotel partner of the 2026 Red River Rumble. Just minutes away, keep the excitement going with live entertainment every Friday and Saturday night with great dining options and non-stop casino gaming. When the races wrap up, the party's just getting started. Sam's Town Hotel and Casino, official casino and hotel partner of the 2026 Red River Rumble. Stay, play, celebrate the Rumble, only at Sam's Town Hotel and Casino.
In my Louisiana, sunrise means fresh seafood on the table.
My Louisiana, every meal is a celebration.
My Louisiana really makes me wonder.
Ours is fast! With real-life swamp creatures! In my Louisiana, music is a way of life.
My Louisiana is sheer magic, from sun up to sundown.
Till sunup again. What will your Louisiana be?
When you find your Louisiana, you feed your soul.
Get ready, Alton. The IHRA F1 Powerboat Series is back. July 17th through 19th at Riverfront Park. Experience the 3rd annual Alton Powerboat Nationals. It's 3 days of high-speed action on the Mississippi featuring Formula One boats. Enjoy music, great food, and family fun for everyone. Get your tickets and full details now at IHRA.com. Brought to you by Simmons Hanley Conroy Law Firm, the City of Alton, Great Rivers and Roots Tourism Bureau, and Enjoy Illinois. We'll see you at the races.
The 2026 Red River Rumble, brought to you locally by Raising Cane's, One Love, the Shreveport-Bossier Sports Commission, fueling the fun. Visit Shreveport-Bossier, 2 cities, 1 heart. The Red River Waterway Commission, fostering economic growth and recreational development. Sam's Town Hotel and Casino Shreveport, come home to Sam's Town. And the Louisiana Office of Tourism, feed your soul. All right, race fans, welcome back here. We've got the first qualifying heat in 3 of 4 classes under our belts. Coming up next, it's the Talent Cup, our new addition to the IHRA Formula One Powerboat Series in 2026, providing access to young drivers at the ripe old age of 9 for the ability to step in to these mono hull with 15 horse, 4-stroke Mercury outboards on the back, and pushing 40 plus miles an hour. We've got 4 drivers hailing from all across the country are going to do battle here in the Talent Cup at the Red River Rumble. So those of you here on the shorelines, please make sure you give a big scream for these guys as they're out here running. They're going to run the smaller 2-pin course, just like the Texas Tri-Hull. So rolling start, they'll go 2x2 or 4 wide, and they're going to be coming up next. But we're going to send things back down to the hot pits as Bonnie Jill is with another one of our competitors here from this Formula Lights qualifying heat number 1 here at the Red River Rumble.
Dom Trollian joining me now, Formula Lights. Dom, tell me how your first heat went out there.
No, it wasn't too bad. I think it was an improvement on round 2, but we still have some work to do, some homework.
How are some of the water conditions of this course, especially with the rain earlier?
It's way calmer than it was last year. Not what we would like for my setup personally. So we're going to change a couple things and hopefully be able to handle the calmer water better.
You mentioned changing a couple of things. What kind of adjustments will you make?
We're going to drop the motor down a little bit so we can have a different prop selection and run some different trim and see what that'll do.
You also told me in a couple of weeks you'll be getting a new boat, so tell me a little bit more about that.
Yeah, newer boat. The boat I have is 10 years old or just a little more, so it's been repaired a bunch of times. It's been crashed a few times, so it's just heavy in the wrong spots and doesn't have the balance that we want.
All right, good job out there. We'll see you tomorrow. Guys, back to you.
All right, thanks, Bonnie Jill. Dominic Trollian trying to dial things in here. There's new driver to the Talent Cup. That's the number 77 boat here in the Talent Cup. The young driver, Colton Shane, in that number 77 Talent Cup. His first race in the Talent Cup here, and only the second race in the Talent Cup's existence here on the IHRA Formula One Powerboat Series. Can he dial it in quick and find a way to get out in front. Now, his father is one of the best hydroplane drivers, unlimited hydroplane drivers the world has seen over the last 15 years. He's looking to pass some of that. I imagine some of that skill set has passed down to his young son, Colton, as he looks to dial it in here in their first qualifying heat here in the Talent Cup. Again, we're going to run rolling start. They're waiting down there on the south end of the course looking for direction again. And this is exactly why the Talent Cups exist. You can see the 77 of Colton Shane kind of putting his hands up like, hey, where do we go? What are we doing? This is a part of that learning process. And that learning curve can be fairly steep at the beginning. Ask Aiden Benton. His first powerboat race was in a Formula One boat. And it did and is still taking him a little bit to learn all the different dynamics of tunnel boat racing and powerboat racing in general. We saw that interview with the one of Dustin Terry, with a complete accident. He just didn't realize that the one of Terry dove back inside and they got together. Now, from Formula Lights, there was one driver had a rough round 2. Much better opening heat here in round 3, considering what happened on the way down. Let's send it down to Bonnie Jill with Mark Schmierbach. Bonnie?
Now I got Mark Schmierbach with me. Mark, you went from 4th to 3rd, so you must be happy with that heat.
Real happy. That's the best we probably could have done on such a short race. And the water was really nice, and let her rip.
Any obstacles you found in that course that maybe you adjust to tomorrow?
So far today it's just perfect. It's a little dead air, so the boat could use a little more lift. Well, we call it more lift, which is more air.
Anything with the boat? Did it come back clean? Everything's great?
Everything's great so far. You know, the driver's tired.
We'll get some rest and we'll talk to you tomorrow.
Okay, sounds
Thanks,
great.
Mark. Guys?
Thanks, Bonnie. Yeah, Mark, never short on words is the man from Greenfield, Wisconsin. And, boy, he's, it's been an interesting couple of weeks, or a couple of races for the man from Wisconsin. Not probably his worst finish, which is weird to say because he didn't end up finishing necessarily that bad. He's still top 5 in points. He's still got an opportunity to push for the series championship. We have multiple rounds left, but he's got to get it dialed back in. There you just saw that's the 24 of Addie Love, your winner from the opening round of the Talent Cup here in 2026 on the IHRA Formula One Powerboat Series. And there is the number 36 of Jackson Cressy is stepping in for Logan Brown, who was unable to make round number 3. So Jackson getting an opportunity. The young driver out of Freeport, Texas, running for Captain Mark Seafood, getting an opportunity to run here in the Talent Cup. All right, we've got them all up on plane, minus the 77 of Colton Shane. They're going to get up on plane, cruise down to the north end of the river. Once they hit the north end of the river, they're going to circle back around, and just like we do with the tri-hulls, we're going to do a 2x2 rolling start. Once we drop that start flag, they're going to go underway for just a few laps here in this qualifying heat in Talent Cup, this 4-lap race here around the 2-pin third-mile course here on the shores of the Red River. Jet Ski Jared leading him down to the north end of the course. Oh, no, what happened? Oh, no, it looks like the 77 of Colton Shane struggling to get that Talent Cup monohull up on plane. He finally does. Now he's got to catch up. And this actually might not be too bad. Maybe he employed a little tactic here, learning from his pops, Jimmy Shane, as he got it up on plane, but was well behind the rest of the field, forcing them to go back off plane. And now they're going to make their way down to the north of the course. And again, these starts are not going to be pretty a lot of the times. These are young drivers just learning. Again, it's not like go-kart racing or some of the other forms of racing where there is opportunities at 4 and 5 years old. You even look at, obviously the history with IHRA and drag racing. They're even drag racing small electric cars. Like, remember the Barbie car and the Tonka trucks, the little battery-powered trucks. Young children are drag racing those now. This is our version of that, getting these young drivers as young as 9 years old, Tim, out on the water. And boy, what we were talking about earlier showcased itself here as the 77 of Colton Shane was kind of looking at our officials like, hey, where are we going? What are we doing? And this is exactly the point behind the Talent Cup. Get them in early so that when they migrate up to the bigger classes, they are locked in and dialed in on all the procedures and what exactly to do when they're out there on the water.
Well, the IHRA Talent Cup has got a lot more to do with whether you just win or not. So with all these young people, it's to introduce them to the sport and They're alongside all the Formula One boats and everybody else. And it teaches them the procedures that we do in order for them to race.
Absolutely. How about the 36 at Jackson Cressy coming out of nowhere, jumping in the boat for the first time, subbing in for Logan Brown, gets an absolute banger of a hole shot out in the inside lane there and is way out in front. But boy, the first race, he took it pretty tight there down in turn one. That's going to scrub off some speed. He's going to have a little bit to learn and to do, but boy, it seems like it's a little bit easier to do some learning when you're way out in front.
Oh yeah, it's always nice to be out front. Got the clean water, but Addie in the number 24 in second place, she makes some very good turns.
She does, and I think she learned a lot in round one for the Talent Cup. As you remember, on the final lap of the final, she almost spun out down in the final, the second to last turn, and it almost cost her the championship. Boy, those turns looking a lot smoother in just one race weekend removed from their first race ever.
Well, they're quick learners, so that's part of this whole exercise, is to get them involved and teach them the right things to do, the right ways to do them. And they're, not to mention, they're going to have a blast doing it. So
absolutely,
we love it. It's a great initiative from the IHRA to bring in the youth.
Yeah, we had this for a long time back in the day. It was what did they call the boats? Those smaller little catamaran hulls that were run.
They had Cougar Cubs. They had multiple classes. And the reason that we go with the V-bottoms is a catamaran at these speeds, 38 to 40 miles an hour, really doesn't handle because it doesn't handle very good because you don't have enough air under it to pick the boat up. So with these V-bottoms, they're much more forgiving, and especially through the corners. And we want to make sure that we've got a platform that is very safe for our kids to enjoy.
Absolutely. You go to IHRA.com and the F1 Powerboat Series website. You can find a lot more information about the Talent Cup, contact information for the series. If you've got a youngin' at home that's here on the shores of the Red River and wanting to get involved, or wherever we are across the country, we've got the white flag out here. You can have an opportunity to get into it, and it's fairly economical to get into the Talent Club. And again, one of the multitude of reasons why the Talent Cup was put in place, to provide an economical platform to allow these young drivers to grow and learn. And boy, they are going to grow and learn a lot in a very short amount of time.
Addie stays to the outside in turn one. I thought she had a little on them, but they're very, very close. And you're right. This is an economical way to get into racing. This is, our goal with this package is boat, motor, trailer, $10,000.
And that's not too bad in 2026. But as our leader, the man who's led from the beginning, the 36 of Jackson Cressy, comes out of turn number 2. He's trying to hang on, and by about a boat length and a half, he hangs on for, boy, not too bad to get your first win in your first race ever in the Talent Cup. And he's able to hold off the 24 of Addie Love and find himself out in front. And then rounding out the podium, the 69 of Luke Brown in that JH Performance machine. And then, boy, you can tell that Jackson's probably had been practicing down in Freeport because he's right next to the Sport Marine and the headquarters of JH Performance, where these things were initially built. So he probably got some time in, but you can sure tell that the 77 of Colton Shane is, boy, learning on the fly out there, because it was completely new to that young driver, and it took him a couple of laps to figure it out. But I have a feeling come heats 2 and heats 3, you're probably going to see a lot greater performance out of that young number 77.
You will. He'll come back, and he learned something this first set of heats, and he's going to come back and he'll be more comfortable and he'll know what to expect. So it's all good.
Absolutely. And as we're standing here talking, all of a sudden one of our drones come flying up on us, and boy, what a fantastic addition that has been. The decision that you and John made a few years ago to incorporate drones as a part of our viewing package has given unprecedented views to our fans that we've never, ever seen before. And it's amazing what those drone shots can do. I know in Port Neches, we had the drone guy flying like a foot and a half above the cockpits of some of these drivers. And the precision with those guys and the views that they can give us are fantastic. And if you want to see all that footage from all our races, check us out on all our social media platforms. Go to our YouTube channel, smash that subscribe button. You will get notified every time we go live throughout the entire 2026. Find us at IHRA F1 Powerboat Series on Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, and all the social platforms. And you'll stay up to date with the most happenings going on here on the IHRA Formula One Powerboat Series, Tim. And back out on the water, bumper boats at 65 miles an hour. Going to go banging around here for qualifying heat number 2. Reverse order of finish from qualifying heat number 1. And this is where things really start to get interesting.
It will. So all of a sudden, Tanner is going to be at the back of the pack. So we'll see how he can maneuver the number 10 boat coming through the field. But I do want to say to all the fans here, thank you for coming out. We have official merchandise up right in front of the aquarium.
Absolutely. All right, let's take a look at a recap of the Talent Cup opening qualifying heat number 1. The 36 of Jackson Cressy. You can see he got just a banger start and was way out in front, but he's still new, and so he had to figure out, all right, now I'm out in front. What do I do now? Well, he had some real tight turns early, scrubbed off a lot of speed in the corner, and that allowed that boat to flash there in the background, the 24 of Addie Love, to close that gap. But these are qualifying heats. They're short. It's tougher to make up ground if you don't have the best start. She gave it everything she had. She was down to just a boat length or two right at the end there, but hanging on. The 36 of Jackson Cressy getting his first win here in the Talent Cup. Then it's the 24 of Addie Love, who fought hard. I have a feeling she's going to be right in the thick of things come the main event later on this weekend. And then the 36 of, the 69 of Luke Brown, finishing up the top 3 here in the opening qualifying heat for the Talent Cup.
Well, and Addie learned a lot in that heat, because now she knows that it takes something different to pass them. You can catch them, but you got to know how to be able to pass them. So that's a valuable lesson, and she'll take that. She'll learn from it. She's going to be tough to beat.
Yeah, she is. And, I mean, she's got that same fire that permeates its way through the Love family. You know, it's that quiet fury, right? And it's their youngest sister. She's very much got that fury that's maybe not so quiet. But you look at Shelby and Spencer, and I think Addie's got that too. It's just that extreme focus and attention to detail. And I think her rise and her in skill and talent inside that monohull is gonna grow significantly over the rest of the 2026 season.
Oh, heck yeah. And they'll, winning's infectious. I mean, if 3 of you are racing out of the same family and 2 of you are winning, then the third one's like, hey, I can't take all the grief from them for not winning, so I got to get my act together.
And that was Shelby last race, right? Like, I just picture Shelby Love having smack talk to her by her little sister.
Yeah.
But hey, you know what? You got to own it, right?
That's right.
She won. Their dad won.
Look what she did today.
Absolutely. And it's just like we hear with the Outlaw team, right? They race each other harder than they'll race anybody else on the course. The Love family will do whatever they can to try to make sure that they're not the one falling back and not being in the same spot as the other drivers in that family. But here, qualifying heat number 2, reverse order of points from heat 1. Tanner Rinker, not only is he in the back, but he's side by side in the back with a 17 of Neil Marsh, who's probably the best driver going through traffic we've seen in Tri-Hall. And in front of him, he's got the likes of Briston Sherman and Cole Wearing. Cole Wearing in that Burnshausen oil machine, your series points leader. So it is going to be a tall task for the 10 of Tanner Rinker to try to get by. The only thing that's helping him out is we got a couple of rookies in the 13 of Jared Shelton and the 12 of Evan LaBeouf that are going to fill up that last row. So they do get to move up a couple of spots closer because those rookies haven't gotten that rookie handcuffs taken off them just yet.
Well, you've got a big bunch of the leaders in the series starting right next to or behind each other. So this is going to be a great heat race. It's going to be exciting.
Absolutely. It looks like the 56 of Clint Dillard sustained some damage on that lower unit. He might be out for the weekend. But the 63 of Aaron Green, hey, cosmetic damage He's out there. He's on the inside of row 1. Can he find the clean water? And a win, I believe, would be his first even qualifying heat ever in Tri-Hull. If you remember, last time we were here, that number 63 boat almost ended up at the bottom of the Red River. So really trying to flip it on its head here in 2026. Not so good in Heat 1. Can he pull off an inside row 1 wire-to-wire finish here in Heat 2? Well, we're going to have to wait and find out. They're going way down to the north end. I think they realized, hey, guys, can we let those waves dissipate from the backside of the course before we make our way down the front stretch? So giving a little bit more of a runway down the front lane here, but here come those waves, and it's going to get rough.
I don't know. We're going to have that luxury.
Yeah,
those waves are going to be there no matter what, and that's as smooth as it ever is going to get in this heat race.
Absolutely. The 54 of Darren Ware on the outside of row 1. Then it's the 56 of Dillard. That's the 88 of Josh Wells. Then the 03 of Austin Terry. Let's see what's going to happen here. Green flag. Go, go, go. We are underway here in qualifying heat number 2. Texas Trial. Look out, John Ottinger. He gets it sky high coming down the front straightaway. Boy, it is rough out there.
Neil trying to duck to the inside.
Let's see what's going to happen. This is always interesting what happens in turn 1 in this reverse order of points. Boy, everybody goes through surprisingly clean. The 54 of Ware and the 63 of Green side by side. But looks like Caddy might be pulling some top end and trying to shut the door on him down here at the north end of the course. Let's see what's going to happen down here in turn number 2.
I thought number 17 of Neil Marsh was in a boxed-in situation, but he threaded the needle and came through there. Now he slides to the outside. He is good in traffic.
Honestly, I think if you were to ask me, what is the one thing that Neil Marsh does so much better than maybe anybody else and why he has so many titles, and it's just that threading of the needle. His ability to not overdrive and find that small window. It's kind of like a running back in football that finds that hole that nobody else can see, but he knows it's there.
That's right. He is extremely good at doing it, and he's coming up on number 69, Mullet.
Ooh, look out there. Clint Dillard is out there. Dillard almost snap rolled it down the front straightaway.
Andrew Cowling comes off Austin's 03.
And it looks like it just broke in half coming out of turn number 2. And this is what happens when Rubbin is racing here in Texas Tri-Hull. There's all sorts of pieces being shed off these boats here, but how about this? The 63 Aaron Green able in front. Now we've got a 4-boat battle. It's Austin Terry on the outside, Cole Wearing. Now the 17 of Neil Marsh side by him. Now let's take a look. We got a replay of what happened down there in turn number 2.
Well, he gets sideways in the corner.
He hooks it there. Oh, looks like that's a 69 of Cole Wearing that tagged a rear Cowling.
Yeah.
I'm surprised the motor stayed on the back of the 03 of Austin Terry. He got smoked by the 69 of Cole Wearing.
Look who's in second position. Number 37, Mason Rinker.
He had a throttle clip break yesterday. He didn't get all the testing and he wanted to dial it in. Looks like he had to use Heat 1 to get that final piece of testing, but boy, that boat is running really well.
Man, he drives it all the way to the pin. So Aaron's out front. He's trying to just set his laps, be clean, and Mason is just pinning it.
Oh, yeah, he's making sure that those rearview mirrors are full of that bright yellow 37. And it's amazing what that can do to the mental strain on the driver who's out in front, knowing one small mistake and I might see this lead dissipate and vanish in an instant.
You know, it's scary when you see the same yellow boat out both rear view mirrors at the same time.
Right, like how did he do that?
Exactly. But Neil got around Caddy, number 54, so number 17 working his way up. He's the Mullet now in the number 69. We'll see what happens.
You know, and outside the brothers Rinker, that's a battle between the 69 of Wearing and the 17 of Marsh I think is going to go well into the depths of the 2026 season. Those two are going to be battling all season long.
Well, last year it was a battle, you know, Team Marsh from Bay City, Michigan versus the Outlaw Boys from Texas.
Absolutely, and they fought hard, and Wearing ended up sneaking into that third and final spot in the Series Points Championship after a fantastic win in the final round. He's now got a top 3 and a win here in 2026. We may see the beginning of the era of Cole Wearing dominating here in Texas Tri-Hull, but not if the 17 of Neil Marsh has anything to say about it, nor the driver who's out in front, because that Rise Fitness machine, he's finding a way to hang on. But now we're coming into back markers, Tim. but we've only got one lap to go. What's going to happen here to the 63 of Aaron Green?
He wins his first heat race. All right, congratulations.
Yeah, both hands go up. What a drastic difference it is from the last time he was here on the Red River. Ladies and gentlemen, your winner in qualifying heat number 2 in Texas Tri-Hall, number 63, Mr. Aaron Green. Followed by a 37 of Mason Rinker, and the 69 of Cole Waring comes from the back of the pack and finds a way to grab a few more points than the likes of Marsh and Tanner Rinker and Briston Sherman. And he's doing exactly what he knows what to do. Consistency, consistency, consistency.
You know, Zoller was up there, and he had a problem in turn 2. So I didn't quite get all of it, but he was in the mix until that.
Yeah, well, and I think, in talking to that Diamond Z Racing 42 of Wyatt Zeller, it was a surprise to him at the end of 25 when he showed up and there was a 4-stroke on the back of his tri-hull. He's used to that 2-stroke setup. And, Tim, I can imagine it's very drastically different on how you set it up and how you wheel the boat in the corners. And I have a feeling that learning all those things to try to get that thing dialed back in is what might be making things a little bit tougher than he would like for the 42 of Zeller.
He had a good run at the last race in Port Neches, though.
Yeah, he did. How about that? A 1-second win for the 63 of Aaron Green. I can imagine if we were to go to the pits right now, that smile would be from ear to ear for the man from Northeast Texas.
Mason was pushing him the whole time.
And he held him off. That's, I think, the biggest key. If he would have won by a mile because they wadded up
he had to the pressure.
Exactly. But 69 of Cole Waring finishing in third, just 5 seconds off the pace of our leader. Neil Marsh right behind him.
Tanner making it up to 5th, though, from the back.
And absolutely, you look at this top 10, the one that sticks out, Briston Sherman got mired back in 9th position. He comes in the top 3 in points. That has got to be a frustrating heat race for the number 26 in that Ray Bob seasoning machine.
Well, Briston had some boat damage from the last race.
Yeah,
so
he did.
Who knows what's going on there?
Yeah, and it looks like Evan LaBeouf, Wyatt Zeller, and Jared Shelton rounding out. And it does look like the 03 of Austin Terry had to pull off. Hopefully there's not too much motor damage after the 69 of Cole Waring tagged him coming out of the turn number 2 on the north end of the course there. Well, hopefully his weekend isn't over. All right, as we look at a recap here, a great start. Look at those waves and watch the 33 green boat.
Ottinger.
Woo! That boat
in the green boat.
Out of the water.
Number 33.
It's hard to drive a race boat when it's completely out of the water, Tim.
He was everywhere but upside down.
Yeah, he was. And you know what? I tip the cap to Aaron Green. He's put a lot of work in. He's put in the work. There we see the 03 of Austin Terry getting tagged by Waring. And then Marsh almost ran it over. The last thing he wants is destroy his best prop, picking up the rear cowling. But then the battle was on between the 63 of Green and the 37 of Mason Rinker. And the reason that was a two-boat battle because we just saw those three, the 69 of Waring, and the 17 of Marsh, and the 10 of Tanner Rinker doing battle back there for 3rd, 4th, and 5th.
That's right, but very proud of Aaron. He got wet here last year, comes out this year, gets his first ever heat race win. So that's huge for him. It's going to give him some confidence. I know that they've been working hard at it, so fantastic.
Absolutely. It's a building block, right? It's stepping stones. You're not going to get to the top of the mountain immediately. You got to work your way up there slowly but surely. Aaron understands that the grind is where he's going to make up ground, just putting in the work. They say put one foot in front of the other and just go to work, and that's, he's a firefighter by trade, so he understands hard work, perseverance, and he's employing that here and Texas Tri-Hull here at the Red River Rumble.
Well, especially when you're starting out, you're learning so much as you're going, and you're starting. At first, you really don't have an opinion because you don't know enough to. And then you start learning more, and then you start putting the pieces together, and we're seeing that today.
Absolutely. He put them together with a nice big win for the 63 Aaron Green. We'll be right back with a word from our sponsors here, round 3.
Speed Sport 1 is your home for IHRA Outlaw Nitro Series. All season long, feel the thunder of 12,000 horsepower, Nitro top fuel dragsters, and Nitro funny cars. Witness the excitement of 0 to 300 miles per hour in seconds. The IHRA Outlaw Nitro Series delivers heart-pounding action with every run. Follow the entire season on Speed Sport 1. It's free to watch. Go to speedsport1.com for details and viewing options. Speed Sport 1 is the place for the Hunt the Front Super Dirt Series, the premier dirt super late model tour of the Southeast.
And just about 4 wide for the lead.
Watch the series on Speed Sport 1 as it travels to some of the South's best tracks. Founded by racers, the Hunt the Front Super Dirt Series is a professional touring series, and you can see the entire season on Speed Sport 1. It's free to watch. Go to speedsport1.com for details and viewing options. Race fans have a home on Speed Sport 1. Feel the roar of IHRA Outlaw Nitro Series. Experience the power of American muscle with the Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli. Speed Sport 1 has a wide variety of motorsports competition that will satisfy your inner racer, from IMCA dirt track action to Ferrari Challenge North America. Speed Sport 1 is 24/7. Go to speedsport1.com for details and viewing options.
The 2026 Red River Rumble, brought to you locally by Raising Cane's, One Love, the Shreveport-Bossier Sports Commission, fueling the fun. Visit Shreveport-Bossier, 2 cities, 1 heart. The Red River Waterway Commission, fostering economic growth and recreational development. Samstown Hotel and Casino Shreveport, come home to Samstown. And the Louisiana Office of Tourism, feed your soul. All right, welcome back, race fans. Well, we've got a qualifying heat number 1 in every class done. We just finished up qualifying heat number 2 in Texas Tri-Hull, and boy, it was a doozy. We saw a first-time winner hang on from inside of row 1, and that opening turn, Tim, might have been the most chill opening turn we've seen in a very long time in a Texas Tri-Hull race. They all got through clean. Nobody ended up on anybody's deck. Now, it wasn't for lack of carnage throughout the heat. We saw Clint Dillard, Josh Wells, who's going to be down in our pits right now with Bonnie Jill, as she gives a little bit of insight on what it was like out there for him here on that rough water in Texas Tri-Hull. We're going to send it down to Bonnie Jill now. She's with Josh Wells.
Josh Wells is joining me now. Now, Josh, you had an incident out there on the water. What happened out there?
Well, I made a few too many changes to the boat, and I hooked down in that turn, and Briston Sherman in the 26, who got it pretty bad at the last race, was there to just be the guy that couldn't help running into somebody, and it was my fault for being there.
You say you made a lot of changes. What changes did you make that you would not make tomorrow?
Motor height, I have a cavitation plate, just stupid stuff. I hadn't raced in a while, so I was just excited to try something. I'm going to undo it all tomorrow.
Hey, Josh, how's the boat coming back?
Mostly in one piece. Some pieces fell off, but it happens.
All right, thank you so much for your time. Good luck tomorrow.
Thank you. I'll need it.
Guys.
Well, that explains what happened to Briston.
There we go. Thanks, Bonnie Jill. Yeah, didn't see it. There's so much chaos going on there on the course. You know, it's hard sometimes to see and record with your brain all the things that happen out there, because I don't think either of us saw the incident between the 88 of Wells and the 26 of Sherman, but makes sense why he was mired back there in 9th place, because he got he tagged the 88 of Josh Wells pretty hard, and it sounds like it may have done some more damage to that Ray Bob's machine, which is the last thing that Briston Sherman wants, considering he started the season with a solid run second place finish in Florida at the Bradenton race to open the 2026 season. And it seems like it's just been a backward slide ever since. And I can imagine he's hoping to get off the schneid here the rest of this weekend.
Well, Brisson will get it all back together. He's got a great crew, the Outlaw crew over there. So I'm sure they'll be thrashing to get him going. But what a great win by Aaron. And in fact, he's just walking over here.
All right. Well, yeah, throwing the headset on is the man from Northeast Texas. Well, Aaron, it's been a rough couple of years coming into 2026. New boat, a little worse for wear after Heat 1, but it didn't affect the performance, man. You had Mason Rinker breathing down your throat, and you held him off. This has got to feel like a big weight lifted off your shoulders.
Yeah, I got to thank Mason for racing clean. He raced me clean, first of all. And I've been waiting for a long time to prove that I can wheel one of these and that I belong here. So this is a huge confidence booster, and it's good for my sponsors. I got to thank my family. My family had put up with a lot for us to do this. Rise Fitness, United Electronic Recycling, and Mobile Shredded, they pay for me to get here. If they weren't, I wouldn't have the parts to fix it if we didn't get these sponsors on board. So it feels good. It feels good. Now I can put that behind me and move on to doing it again.
Yeah, and it's got to feel really good. It's one thing when, you get that inside lane one and then everybody behind you wads themselves up like they tend to do here in Tri-Hull, and you find yourself with a straightaway lead. That was not the case. Everybody came through clean, and your rearview mirrors were full of that bright yellow 37 the entire heat race.
Didn't matter. If I went outside, he was there. If I went inside, he was there. So.
It's amazing how a guy can be in both mirrors at the same time.
Yeah, he's that good.
Absolutely, man. Well, hey, enjoy this one. Soak it in for a few minutes. Get back to the pits. Probably not a whole lot you need to do. That thing is really dialed in right now. Now you just got a lot of points, and you're going to have to go fight from the back in qualifying Heat 3 tomorrow. Yeah. It's going to be a doozy, but I can imagine you're excited just to be in that opportunity.
I'm ready for it.
Absolutely. Ladies and gentlemen, the 63 of Aaron Green on that Rise Fitness machine. Winning qualifying Heat number 2. Can he pull it off and get on the podium here in round 3? Let's find out. We're going to send it right now down back to the pits as our pit reporter, Bonnie Jill, has got another one of our drivers giving them some insight of what it's like out here on the Red River Rumble.
Evan LaBeouf joining me now. Let's talk about that qualifying heat. How did you feel out there?
Feels great. Was able to hop in the number 12 this weekend and still trying to get a feel for the boat, but still getting through my rookie status. Starting in the back with 14 boats, really, you see a lot of white water. Yeah. I mean, on the straightaways, on the turns, everything. It's real choppy, but as the separation comes, you're able to start making moves and drive the boat how it's supposed to be driven.
How much are you liking this course, though, and the kind of adjustment you want to make going in tomorrow?
I think adding a little bit of weight would help. I'm trimmed down pretty low and still trying to compensate for all these big waves and chop. Just stay focused and have fun.
Yeah. It's the mindset going in tomorrow to stay focused and have fun?
100% every day.
Okay. Thank you so much, Evan. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Guys, back to you.
All right, that's the 03 of Evan LaBeouf. Now, he talked about setup, engine height, putting some weight in. The water does get rough here, but is it harder to deal with when the water itself pre-race is actually quite calm and then they churn it up versus some of the races where we've seen the water is choppy to start the race? It seems like those big waves off the wake of the boat create more havoc on these tri-hulls on a calm body of water when they start versus if it's windy and choppy or out there like we've seen at some of our other races.
The tri-hull division, no matter what you do, it's going to be rough. So you've got to set up for rough water. You can't set up for the first lap. In contrast, the Formula Lights are taking the long run down to the Formula One turn and back, and then going on the shorter course. So they could potentially set up for the first lap,
and then get out and try to just play defense the rest of the heat.
But tri-hull, it's going to be rough. You got to be able to drive through rough water, and hopefully you make it through without getting taken out by your competitors.
Well, that typically is it happens to at least one of them every race. Somebody's going to get hit by somebody else. It's where they get hit, when they get hit, and how they get hit that determines if they can finish the heat or not. I mean, we saw Clint Dillard and Aaron Green get together. They struggled a bit. Austin Terry gets hit, but Cole Waring, the one who did the hitting, he was okay hitting with the front nose of the boat, that part of the boat that stays out of the water most of the time. And so it's always a crapshoot when the Texas Tri-Hulls get out on the water as to what is going to happen. The only thing that you're probably going to know is it's not a matter of if, it's when something happens here in the heat.
Well, in the first turn, we thought it was clean.
Yeah.
We got drones. We got 4 cameras, 5 cameras on it.
Well, hey, we're going to come back with more racing action here with Formula Lights. We'll be right back with that. We'll be right back after this.
Get in on the action all weekend long at Sam's Town Hotel and Casino, your official casino and hotel partner of the 2026 Red River Rumble. Just minutes away, keep the excitement going with live entertainment every Friday and Saturday night with great dining options and non-stop casino gaming. When the races wrap up, the party's just getting started. Sam's Town Hotel and Casino, official casino and hotel partner of the 2026 Red River Rumble. Stay, play, celebrate the Rumble, only at Sam's Town Hotel and Casino.
In my Louisiana, sunrise means fresh seafood on the table.
In my Louisiana, every meal is a celebration.
My Louisiana really makes me wonder.
Ours is fast!
With real-life swamp creatures! In my Louisiana, music is a way of life.
My Louisiana is sheer magic, from sun up to sundown.
Till sunup again. What will your Louisiana be?
When you find your Louisiana, you feed your soul.
Get ready, Alton. The IHRA F1 Powerboat Series is back. July 17th through 19th at Riverfront Park. Experience the 3rd annual Alton Powerboat Nationals. It's 3 days of high-speed action on the Mississippi featuring Formula One boats. Enjoy music, great food, and family fun for everyone. Get your tickets and full details now at IHRA.com. Brought to you by Simmons Hanley Conroy Law Firm, the City of Alton, Great Rivers and Roots Tourism Bureau, and Enjoy Illinois. We'll see you at the races.
The 2026 Red River Rumble, brought to you by Raising Cane's, One Love, the Shreveport-Bossier Sports Commission, fueling the fun. Visit Shreveport-Bossier, 2 cities, 1 heart. The Red River Waterway Commission, fostering economic growth and recreational development. Sam's Town Hotel Casino Shreveport, come home to Sam's Town. And the Louisiana Office of Tourism, feed your soul. All right, welcome back, race fans, here to round 3 of the 2026 IHRA Formula One Powerboat Series here in beautiful downtown Shreveport-Bossier, Louisiana, for the 3rd edition of the Red River Rumble. Water conditions fantastic. The sun is out. The clouds have dissipated, and what a beautiful afternoon of qualifying we have here in beautiful Shreveport-Bossier, smack dab in the heart of northwest Louisiana. What a great, fantastic day it's going to be. We've got just a couple of heats left here in Saturday's qualifying. As coming up next, we've got Heat 2 of the Formula Lights class. That's reverse order of finish from qualifying heat number 1. Who is going to be able to pull it out here in qualifying heat number 2? Can the young woman out of California, the 24 of Shelby Love, find a way to run it all the way from the back of the pack all the way to the top spot here in qualifying heat number 2? She pulled off a wire-to-wire victory in heat number 1 and held off the hard-charging 01 of Jake McKee, but now she's going to have him in front of her, and that's going to make it real difficult, Tim, not only to get out in front, but just to get by the 01 of Jake McKee, because he was so dialed on that first start. And the only reason I think that Shelby Love, she stuck to her guns and had that inside lane available to her, that's not going to be a part of qualifying heat number 2 for here in Formula Lights. And not only McKee, but Schmierbach, Mandana, Dumford, all better starting positions. She's really going to have to wheel that Kaufman composite Formula Light if she wants to find the best points possible here in heat 2.
I imagine you're going to see her use the outside lane because she's coming from the back. Jake got a fantastic start, so the best thing he can do is duplicate that, which is always your game plan. But
hard to do, though.
It is extremely hard to do. I mean, these guys will go and they'll do hundreds of starts to practice. So they just try and keep doing them so they can find a way to duplicate it. And that is key to starts. Every time you know exactly where the motor has to be, it changes. If you have a heat race fuel load versus a final fuel load, because you have twice as much gas in the boat then. And so that makes it different. Each prop is different on the starting position. So you're looking at trim angle, engine height, propeller choice.
There's a lot going on there.
There sure is. So there's a ton of variables, and then you got somebody starting right next to you. As we heard Chris Rinker say in the 52 Formula One boat, that he didn't get a good start. And if you can't get to the commitment buoys in your lane, guess what? That lane can go away before the first turn.
And you can do as much as you can to prepare yourself for what you're going to possibly see coming into that turn, and it still doesn't mean that you're going to get out unscathed, as we saw with the 52 at Rinker. He tried to avoid one, then all of a sudden there was a boat right there. That boat thought he had the lane. It's just the chaos that ensues when you don't have the lane that you won via qualifying because of a bad start. And that has to be super frustrating for the 52 of Chris Rinker. It'll be interesting to see what's going to happen here in Formula Lights Heat 2. Can those fast drivers from Heat 1 pull it off here in Heat number 2?
Well, that's what we were talking about, you got a game plan before the start when you're lined up, and all of a sudden, as soon as that flag drops, 9 times out of 10, that plan has to change. Right. And you got to do that on the fly as you're accelerating, heading to the first turn, trying to stay in your lane, got boats on each side of you. And, you don't, on a Formula Light or a Formula One boat, you don't want to touch.
No.
Because when you touch, that puts more air underneath the boats. And when one boat starts to go over backwards, it'll bring another one with it.
Right. Or if you're the second person to realize that you're side-by-side touching and they dump it and trim in, it'll send you over like being shot out of a rocket, because all that air gets pressed out from under the tunnel right under yours. We saw it last year a couple of times happen in the Formula One class, and it can be a situation that you have a lot less control than you would like. And I can imagine in any form of race boat, when you lose the control that you expect, it can make things very difficult to recapture that and get yourself back to a place where you can be back in control. Well, you lose your momentum.
Yeah. So you lose your momentum. The other thing that is unique here is we're racing under the bridge. So when you go under the bridge, it's got a natural uplifting.
Why is that?
It must be from the structure and the temperature. So, but when you run under a bridge, typically you get an updraft. So it's not bad here, and I think the higher the bridge is, the better off you are.
Well, and we have definitely seen it. I know that a place that we've raced a handful of times, right at Point Park, right there at the convergence of the Allegheny and the Monongahela in downtown Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. You go under the bridge there are plenty of drivers that will tell you exactly what that updraft feels like, because many of them have ended up on their head going over the bridge, underneath the bridge down there in Pittsburgh. That's right.
And Pittsburgh's always a great place to race. It's always a challenge because of the river there. They're big bodies of water, and bigger bodies of water mean rougher water. And you got seawalls down both sides.
Right, and you got not only that, at one end of the course you have not one river, but two rivers converging together to make an entirely new river. And so those currents and the flows, I would imagine here in downtown Shreveport-Bossier, it would be similar if we chose to move the course a little bit further north where that bayou dumps in just north of downtown. That would cause a whole other different circumstances for these drivers have to deal with that current, right? Or we've been in places where you have a top current and a bottom current, like we see at the Alton Midwest Nationals. There's multiple currents running on the mighty Mississippi, and we have seen in the past that can throw an absolute monkey wrench in somebody's afternoon.
But we don't have that here today.
No, we do
The
not.
Red River is absolutely perfect. The sun's out. We got fans here, so this is as good as it's going to get.
Absolutely, and the question is who is going to figure it out here in qualifying heat number 2 in Formula Lights? Oh, no, looks like the frustration continues for the 12 of Jack Schubert and that Plantation Ace Hardware. He's getting towed back into the start pontoon. But this what happens with electrical stuff, Tim. It's hard to pinpoint the root cause of those electrical issues. And it seems like a lot of times you just got to strip it all out and start over.
Yeah, you do. You really do, and especially coming out of a brackish water and then salt water.
Yeah.
So the first 2 events makes it a little more difficult. Hopefully Jack will get that all sorted out. And in the meantime, these guys are getting close to their hot laps.
Absolutely. I want to circle back to something you were talking about hundreds of starts. Obviously, every body of water that we run on is a little bit different. You have to take into account, humidity, wind, temperature, all those things per race weekend. Were you somebody who would go out in your test sessions and put different fuel loads in the boat to understand how it acted or how it's going to feel within those water conditions for the final versus qualifying heats? Walk me through a little bit of the different things that you did to try to make sure that no matter what the conditions, no matter where you were on the dock, you were able to nail that start every time.
Well, you have to try and duplicate race conditions, and that means heat races, finals. So with fuel loads, what happens if you have more weight in the nose of the boat? How does that affect how you come off the dock? Where does your motor have to be trimmed wise in order to do that? And one of the ways that I would do it is the fact that I would always take the motor all the way up for the start. And the reason I did that is so that way you wouldn't be trimmed out as far. So that way the boat would leave by going forward rather than picking the nose of it up.
So up instead of out
you
is what you don't want.
Go forward. So how can I have that propeller going the most efficient way off the dock? And that's by having the motor in a neutral trim position. And that means you're getting the biggest push forward. And then once you get past that initial surge, then you can start bringing the boat up.
Absolutely. And there's so many different things that you're having to focus on and look at when you're preparing and testing to get everything dialed in for the qualifying heats, for the finals when you're out there. And you don't get a ton of testing, especially race weekends. It's, you maybe get 45 minutes to an hour tops, which may seem like a lot of time, but when you're trying to test 7 different propellers, 7 different weight distributions, 4 different motor heights, 2 or 3 different fuel loads, I can imagine it feels like I barely got any testing time out there.
Well, by the time you get to the lake, your testing needs to be done. Because if you're trying to collect data and figure out 7 props, the problem is the conditions change so much. So you got drivers pulling on the course, pulling off the course. You don't have enough time to do it all. So it's very difficult to be consistent on the way you're running the course. So by the time you come to a race, what you need to do is say, look, I've got a reference prop. This prop I put on first no matter where I go.
Okay.
I run that prop, and then I know from there, okay, this prop was a little too small. When I say too small in pitch size. So I need some more top end. I need more speed. So then I'd know which prop to go to next without having to do a bunch of testing.
Gotcha. How do you find that baseline prop?
Well, I would always use my race prop. And you find one of those special props, you end up using it until it breaks. So you could be using it, a year, a race, 5 years. You never know, because the thinner the propeller blades are, the faster it is, the quicker it accelerates, the shorter lifespan it has. Gotcha. So then the propeller manufacturers, they try different materials in order to combat the thin blades. And we've tried, spring material, for instance. But all of these props are made. Each manufacturer's got their recipe that works best.
Their sauce.
Yeah. So, and it's the thickness in certain places. So we used to have a template of the blade, and then we would measure it in certain areas that we know we would have to have in order for the prop not to break.
Gotcha. Okay. All right. It's amazing to me the intricacies that come along with such a small piece of equipment. You look at other forms of racing, and it's, the tires, pretty big component on a car or on a bike. The motor itself, pretty big component on the car or the bike. And then you look at a boat, and you're like, you have this giant boat, and it really all comes down to this tiny little spinning propeller on the back. And don't get it twisted. You look at our propellers versus the one on the back of your pleasure boat, and they are significantly smaller, but their performance, the leading edge, how thin they are, is completely different. I mean, you look at that versus the one on the back of your pleasure boat, you're like, is this for a small boat? But it's really not. It's just about performance.
Pleasure boat prop is going to be 14 to 15 and a half inches in diameter. We run a 10-inch to 10-and-a-quarter-inch diameter on a Formula One boat.
Is that just so that it moves through the water quicker with the smaller diameter?
Well, the larger diameter pulls the motor down. So it's all about the combination of acceleration and top speed, and then that's when the pitch comes into play, blade area, blade design.
It's just, I've been around this my entire life, and it still astonishes me how many things I learn about a propeller being in this for literally, I'm 42 years old, and I think the first race I went to was the St. Louis Grand Prix in 1984. I was 6 months old. I don't even remember it, but apparently I was there, and I've seen this stuff my whole life, and it blows me away that after 40 years, and I can imagine you can appreciate this because you probably learned things throughout your entire illustrious career that you just keep learning. And when you stop finding the desire to learn, that's probably when your competitors are going to start leaving you in the dust.
Last day I learned when I was a driver was the very last race I ever raced.
Where was that?
That was Orange, Texas.
Still learning things on the final race of your career.
Still learning things, just like we learned here, So it's a great place to race. We've got a long history of powerboat racing in the Shreveport-Bossier area, and we love coming back. It was I won my last national championship on the Red River here.
Right, absolutely, with that big NGK, and I love the gold. The gold was a really nice touch, that chrome gold that you put on that final boat. Do you still have that boat? All right. Well, we've got the Formula lights out on the water. They're going to get lined up on the dock. We're going to send things down to the pits as our series leader in Formula One is with Bonnie Jill. Bonnie?
Spencer Love now joining me. I got to talk about your daughter, Shelby. What do you think how so far in these qualifying heats have you noticed, or maybe it's things that you want her to adjust?
Well, most of the adjustments are on us as the crew because we keep having electrical problems, and she finished that heat, and as soon as she finished the heat, boat wouldn't start back up again, so we just got done putting some new switches in and trying to. It had brand new switches in it, but just because something's brand new doesn't mean it's necessarily good. So.
And this course, compared to last year, Spencer, we were talking about it. What do you think is the biggest difference that you've seen?
Oh man, there's not a bunch of debris floating down the river. I mean, it's nice this year. This is like running in a bathtub. I don't know. It's nice.
And when your daughter comes to you and needs a little pep talk or something you can instill in her before she goes out on the water, what is something you tell her?
Usually I tell her to talk to somebody else because she's a lot like me. I didn't always listen to my dad, and deep down I listened to him, but verbally I didn't listen to him, and he never thought I was listening. But I don't know. I say stuff to her. She hears what I say, but there's other people on the team that are more patient and able to explain to her sometimes what's going on because she wants to know in depth what's going on. And I don't know. We had problems with Addie's boat yesterday, her boat yesterday, my boat yesterday, and then I think even Jake McKee's boat I think we had an issue with that we had to fix. So we've kind of been working on stuff fairly nonstop. We've had time to breathe, but
As a family, what is the Love family's mindset going into tomorrow?
Try and get as many points as we can so we can have a good starting position for the final. And I don't know, she's got a lot of points to make up, and I'm just trying to concentrate on gaining points on the guys that are close to me in points. And I don't know, Addie, we just want Addie to go out there and have fun. I mean, the kids, it's neat. Some brand new kid that's first time in his boat, he went out there and won today. Addie won last weekend. I mean, Luke and all the kids have won at least a heat so far. So, I mean, with that class, that's what all of us were hoping for. I mean, we all want to see our kids win, but I want to see all the kids win. I want to see the class grow and the sport grow. And I don't know, it's been a neat thing so far.
Proud father here. Thank you so much for your time, Spencer, and good luck tomorrow.
All right, thank
guys.
you. Oh, we got one more to go today.
Yeah, that's right. One more heat. One more qualifying.
All right, thanks, Bonnie Jill. Yeah, the 24 Spencer Love, he's going to be back out on the water here after this Formula Light second qualifying heat to try to gather some more points to keep the hard chargers behind him at bay, the likes of Jared Jensen, Chris Rinker, who probably got hurt the worst there in that first qualifying heat. Who's going to be able to come out on top, and does anybody have an answer for the number 17 of Dylan Anderson, because he was insanely fast in qualifying heat number 1, and if that's a precursor to the rest of the weekend, everybody else has got a tall task in front of them to try to get by that driver from Nashville, Tennessee.
They sure do. He qualifies on pole. He qualifies on pole and runs away with the first heat.
All right, well, I think we got them lined up. 1 minute drivers, 1 minute. Here we go for the second and final qualifying heat on Saturday for the Formula Lights class as we do reverse order of points accumulated from qualifying heat number 1. 50 seconds, drivers, 50 seconds. Who is going to be able to figure it out here in qualifying heat number 2? Will the 12 of Jack Schubert get it together? Possibly the 94 of Dominic Trollian, or maybe it could be the 52 of Addison Dumford. 40 seconds, drivers, 40 seconds. Did Jose Mendaña Jr. make the adjustments? Can he be your winner here in Heat 2? Or maybe it's Mark Schmierbach getting back off the schneid. 30 seconds, drivers, 30 seconds. Who is going to win qualifying Heat number 2? Reverse order of points from Heat 1. Let's see what's going to happen here. 20 seconds, drivers. You're under starters orders. The flag is up. He dropped the flag. Much better start there by the 21 of Mendaña Jr.
That's the start he needed.
Absolutely. Where was that in heat number 1? I would imagine there was some adjustments made, and now it looks like we might have a drag race between him and one of his toughest competitors throughout his career, the 35 of Mark Schmierbach.
They're going to be deck to deck by the time they get to the first turn.
Go down to the long end of the course, so big run here for Formula Lights, and then they're going to condense down to that smaller 4-pin course here on the Red River. Mendana goes to the outside, now going way wide outside of him is the 35 of Schmierbach. Surprising for a guy who normally likes to go inside lane pin to pin, Tim.
Look at third place here. Dumford's got some speed on him. He pulled away from Jake going down the straightaway.
As they go down into turn number 1 and 2 on this opening lap, Mendana is out in front, but Dumford is right there. Boy, that driver has really figured things out. Now he's pulling away from McKee and starting to charge up against the 35 of Mark Schmierbach.
Well, Mark's on the outside right now, but look, Mark's a veteran.
He's going to
shut the door right here on 4.
Bang. And that right there, as long as he can keep doing that, that'll allow him to keep.
And that's a clean move.
Absolutely. The tricky part is if Schmierbach's focusing on that every lap, is he going to have the bandwidth to try to catch the 21 of Mendaña?
Well, what he needs to do is he needs to get rid of Dumford for a couple laps and then go after Jose. So make sure that you got your comfortable distance between you and the guy behind you, and then focus everything on the guy in front of you.
And we go overhead of the 35 of Mark Schmierbach as he comes down the front straightaway, trying to push hard to find a way to catch the 21 of Mendaña Jr. How about the 24 of Shelby Love? Leaves the 0, gets around her teammate, the 01 of Jake McKee, and is now up into 4th position. It seems like whatever they did with all those switches or electrical components that they changed out, looks like it's fixed the issue, because that thing is back to that screaming fast number 24.
It's fast. I think she's got a big prop on there. You see it porpoising a little bit off the corner, especially on the coming up this front straightaway, which is downwind. So that's a sign she's got a big propeller on.
I would imagine she wanted that because she knew she was going to have to make up a ton of ground, try to make as much ground on the straightaways to try to close those gaps, because she was starting last off the start pontoon.
Yeah, and you could see the first 200 yards off of the start dock, she was slow.
But then once it kicked that mid-range and started pushing to the top end, it really started booking.
Exactly. And she was going for that first lap.
Yeah, especially because it's the long lap, right? If they had to do like the Formula Ones do and just run their normal course, I have a feeling that prop selection would have probably been drastically different.
It would have been. Jose Madonna Jr. in the 21, that beautiful blue, and
isn't that a great blue?
Oh, yeah,
just a
man.
Fantastic blue, especially with the orange. Mike Scott Plumbing on the side, the man out of Tampa, Florida. They call him the Tampa Terror. Looks like he's looking at a little extra ventilation there, Tim. He's got the lid cocked open. I don't know if that was necessarily on purpose, but with the fantastic views that we're getting from our drones and all the guys at Windy City Productions, we can see that lid may come into play. Who knows? It starts bouncing around, loses a little bit of concentration. But boy, Tim, you talked about it, Schmierbach, get a couple of laps to pull away from Dumford and then set his sights on Mendania.
Yep.
And that looks like exactly what he's doing. But he's only got 2 minutes, 41 seconds plus 2 laps. Does he have enough time? Because that's a pretty big lead.
And Shelby keeps it going on the outside of Dumford. And look who's sticking his nose in there now. number 1.
Oh, he was. Once she got around him, he was like, "Oh, I don't think so. This is not gonna. I am not gonna go quietly into the night." He is continuing to push hard, and he knows if he gets around anybody, he's got to get around the 24 Love, because that means he just gets a few more points to keep that buffer between her and him and her in those season point standings.
So if I'm Jake and I see that she's struggling a little bit on acceleration, he tried ducking inside and got hosed down. He needs to stay on her outside hip, and if I can, what I want to do is I want to force her to run a tight line.
Because that big wheel is going to struggle trying to get speed coming out of the corner.
Yes.
Absolutely.
So if he can get up by her and try and force her on the inside, then that'll help his cause.
Right, but the tricky part for him is he looks at Dumford and it's like, hey, Addison, move out, would you? Move out so that I can plug up lane 1 and we can force him to the outside.
It up now.
Yeah, they are.
Jose's got a comfortable lead.
Schmierbach, I think at this point is like, hey, this is a lot better than we were looking in Heat 2 last race in round 2. So he's just trying to collect some points because Mark knows as long as he's got an opportunity at the end of the season, that's all he's looking for. But now they go side by side down the straightaway. Now let's see. She's going to have to leave that door open.
He jammed it in there.
Now can he get it off this exit corner as they come out?
Now he needs to slide out. Slide out.
He doesn't. And boy, I don't know if that's just, hey, it's early, let's not tag each other in the second qualifying heat. But he definitely had, for a split second, he had an opportunity to move out with overlap and chose not to take it. Kind of surprising, but a great job in the corners there. He's able to stay out in front of her, even though she's running that wide, high-speed line on the outside.
All of a sudden, the first 2 laps, Jake didn't look so good. Now, he's really turning it hard. There you go. Get on the outside now.
And now
he's really turning it hard on 3, and that's where he's making up the most time.
He's making up the ground, but I would imagine he's got maybe a little bit of a smaller prop, and he knows I can bury it into the entrance pin because I've got enough acceleration off the exit pin to be able to get back up onto the same speed plane as the rest of the drivers that are maybe running a wider line.
He needs it. Well, look, let's say white flag. Oh, Dumford leaves the door open, and Jake can't put it in there.
Oh, boy, man. He would have loved to have buried it in there, but white flag out, go fast, turn left just a couple more times for the 21 Madonna. He's already on the back straightaway, pulling away from the field here in qualifying heat number 2 as they go down the backstretch. Yeah, he was like, where was this in heat 1?
Exactly.
Right?
Here we go.
As the Tampa Terror comes out of turn number 4. Ladies and gentlemen, your winner in qualifying heat number 2, number 21, Jose Mendania Jr.
Oh, he almost blows it over.
And the 35 of Schmierbach in second. Now here we go to the battle for 3rd and 4th. Dumford almost blowing it over coming into turn number 3, but is able to hang on. And rounding out the podium by a nose, the 52 of Addison Dumford, followed the 01 of Jake McKee, the 24 of Shelby Love. Boy, what a battle that was.
Good race.
3rd here in qualifying heat number 2. And I got to say, I tip the cap to the 52 of Addison Dumford. The challenges get presented to him, and he seems to be, now that he's more comfortable in that, every time a challenge gets put in front of him, he rises to the occasion. He had 2 very fast boats and 2 drivers that have more experience than he does, and he held them both at bay for multiple laps. That, for him, that's a win. That's a huge win here in Heat 2 because now he knows.
It's going to set him up better for the next heat.
Right, absolutely. And this is that confidence that continues to grow so that when he gets into the thick of it in the final, he knows, hey, I don't have to push, I don't have to go outside my comfort zone and do something risky to keep myself in front. My skill set is to the point where I can just drive my race, and if I know, as long as I map it out, I can stick with them and I can hang in there, and they're not going to just walk me from the outside.
And you're exactly right. He needs to be able to be at that performance level for the entire race.
Which, hey, it's easy to do in a 6 minutes plus 2 laps. It's a whole different story when you go to the final tomorrow afternoon. Take a look at our official results here from qualifying heat number 2 in Formula Lights. Jose Mendaña Jr. with a 5-second win over the 35-hour Schwer. I mean, I don't know what he changed from heat 1 to heat 2, but a huge difference for the 21 of Mendaña. Absolutely.
That's the first time he got off the beach. He has been struggling the last race. Port Neches, he had a hard time getting off the beach. One of the heats, he got off the beach.
He won.
First heat here, he had a hard time getting off the beach.
Absolutely. Addison Dumford with a third-place finish here behind Mark Schmierbach, holding off McKee, who finishes in fourth. He extends his points lead, or at least gains back the ground that he lost in qualifying heat number 1 for the most part. And then the 94 of Dominic Trollian, and unfortunately the 12 of Jack Schubert, and the 93 of Briston Sherman. DNS here in qualifying heat number 2. Now, I know Briston's been battling with his tri-hull, so he may have chose to step away, but Jack Schubert's got to be absolutely frustrated, too.
Yeah, I feel bad for Jack. Just graduated high school, coming down, and looking to have some fun, race his boat, and it's not working.
And he hasn't raced a whole lot, but take a look at the recap from the race. Mendaña figured out the start in a big way, came off quick, and got out in front early.
That was the key to the race right there.
Absolutely. He was just able to get out in front of the clean water and kind of force Mark to drive to the outside, which his boat's not necessarily likes that wide line, and that allowed him to get just enough of a gap. And you give a guy like Jose Mendaña Jr. a decent gap, and good luck.
Yeah, he's a seasoned veteran, and if you give him an inch, he's going to take it.
Absolutely. What surprises me is Shelby got around the 01 of Jake McKee there at the opening, but then he came back and got back around her. Boy, did they do battle all heat long here in Formula Lights.
You know, it didn't look like it was running right the first couple laps for the 01 of Jake. So, but I mean, then he started driving it better, and I don't know. We got to ask him that. Was there something wrong at the beginning or not?
Because it'd be one thing
if it looked like it.
It'd be one thing if he was on the big fuel load for the main event. Maybe it's a little heavier, and the setup that they had for off the dock might have been thrown off a little bit, but we're still in the qualifying heats.
Yeah.
Or maybe it was just he wanted to make sure he was in a comfortable place before he started pushing hard, so he didn't ruin his weekend before it realistically even started, because at the end of the day, qualifying is great, but they're all here for one goal, and that's to get to the main event and bring hardware back to their hometown when the race weekend is over.
Normally he's aggressive right off the bat, though.
Yeah, well,
so we'll have to get some insight on that.
Absolutely. Well, hey, you tend to be maybe a little bit more conservative when everybody's trying to look at you from the top. We'll be right back with more racing action in the conclusion of Saturday qualifying here from the Red River Rumble right after this.
Get in on the action all weekend long at Sam's Town Hotel and Casino, your official casino and hotel partner of the 2026 Red River Rumble. Just minutes away, keep the excitement going with live entertainment every Friday and Saturday night with great dining options and non-stop casino gaming. When the races wrap up, the party's just getting started. Sam's Town Hotel and Casino, official casino and hotel partner of the 2026 Red River Rumble. Stay, play, celebrate the Rumble, only at Sam's Town Hotel and Casino.
In my Louisiana, sunrise means fresh seafood on the table.
My Louisiana, every meal is a celebration.
My Louisiana really makes me wonder.
Ours is fast!
With real-life swamp creatures!
In my Louisiana, music is a way of life.
My Louisiana is sheer magic, from sun up to sundown.
Till sunup again. What will your Louisiana be?
When you find your Louisiana, you feed your soul.
Get ready, Alton. The IHRA F1 Powerboat Series is back. July 17th through 19th at Riverfront Park. Experience the 3rd annual Alton Powerboat Nationals. It's 3 days of high-speed action on the Mississippi featuring Formula One boats. Enjoy music, great food, and family fun for everyone. Get your tickets and full details now at IHRA.com. Brought to you by Simmons Hanley Conroy Law Firm, the City of Alton, Great Rivers and Roots Tourism Bureau, and Enjoy Illinois. We'll see you at the races.
The 2026 Red River Rumble, brought to you locally by Raising Cane's, One Love, the Shreveport-Bossier Sports Commission, fueling the fun. Visit Shreveport-Bossier, 2 cities, 1 heart. The Red River Waterway Commission, fostering economic growth and recreational development. Samstown Hotel and Casino Shreveport, come home to Samstown. And the Louisiana Office of Tourism, feed your soul. All right, welcome back, race fans. Here, the final race of Saturday's qualifying here at round 3 of the 2026 IHRA Formula One Powerboat Series is upon us. The Formula Ones are back out on the water, and the first thing that we noticed, Tim, was there are 2 Ray Bob seasoning boats out on the water. You step away, reach back out to our the team running the hot pits for the IHRA series down there. Why is Jeremiah Mayo in his 4-stroke? He had a good run and he won, and by moving to the 4-stroke, he would have given up all his points, and you found out that is not Jeremiah Mayo.
No, you look at it close, and that's Grant Schubert. So they could not get his boat fixed quick enough for this heat race, so they're putting him in Jeremiah's backup boat. And it's the first time he's driven the 4-stroke.
Yeah, we'll see what's going to happen. We'll take a look at our grid lineup here for qualifying heat number 2. He got together with the 13 of Schubert, but his boat seems like it's in a little bit better shape. He finds himself on the pole here in heat number 2, the 52 of Chris Rinker, followed by the 71 of Jimmy Kerr, who hopefully has those fuel issues figured out. Then it's the 13 of Grant Schubert in that new to him Ray Bob's 4-stroke boat, 3rd off the dock. Then it's the 1 of Dustin Terry in that the reigning champion coming 4th. 5th off the start pontoon, the 99 of Travis Yates in that DAC, trying to improve his lap times in a new boat to him last round after decimating his boat in the opening round of 2026. Then it's the 98 of Aiden Benton in 6th, followed by the 34 of Jeff Reno. Then it's the 8 of Jeremiah Mayo in his 2-stroke boat, more orange, less white. Then the 13 of Grant Schubert, who's got that all-white 4-stroke. Then it's the 29 of Jared Jensen and the 24 of Spencer Love coming in 9th and 10th off the dock. And then the 17 of Dylan Anderson starting on the 2nd flag here in qualifying heat number 2. He's going to need that top-end speed to make up that ground. But if anybody can, it's that young driver from Nashville, Tennessee.
Well, here's some things I noticed right off the bat, looking at that lineup. Even if you're one of the guys that finished in the top 4 in the first heat, even if you get a good start in the second heat, you still have Chris Rinker that's starting up front. You've got Dustin Terry starting up front. Grant's going to start at the back.
Oh, that's right. They got to bump him to the back because they switch boats, right?
But even if you get a good start and beat the guys that are right next to you, you still got to get by the fast guys that are starting up front. So,
and we have seen this throughout the 2026 season. I mean, Jared Jensen won qualifying heat 1 in Port Neches and couldn't muster better than a 10th place finish in qualifying heat number 2. And there's only one reason for that. The speed of all the boats in front of him was just too much. That's how much clean water and getting those clean lines, how important it is here in the Formula One class.
That just shows you how competitive it is.
Oh, 100%. Absolutely. The top to bottom gap between these drivers here is every year, Tim, that gap continues to shrink. And it's now to the point where, we're talking hundreds and even thousandths of a second separating multiple positions in qualifying. And even to the point where we've had multiple starting grid positions for the final separated not by points, but by total elapsed time across the 3 heats, because they were all tied in points after 3 qualifying heats.
The only guy that's really broken out of that here this weekend is the number 17 of Dylan Anderson.
Yeah.
So,
but now he's got to try to get by all of them and run them down from the back.
Let's see what that means.
Absolutely.
You know?
Keep an eye on the 17 of Dylan Anderson.
Well, we're starting to get all the boats in and get ready for the hot lap. We're waiting for the last couple to get put in.
You know, and I noticed something. It looks like the 01, our two-time defending champion, not out on the water for qualifying heat number 2. He got together with the 98 of Aiden Benton. He was hoping that it was going to be something simple, and it looks like the afternoon might be done. And oh, now here he comes. Looks like he's going to give us a little bit more insight into what is going on with that 01 machine. Man, that's got to be frustrating. Joining me now in the booth, the 01 of Dustin Terry. I hate seeing you in not in your driver's suit for qualifying heat number 2. This has got to be a weird place for you, not some place that you have been very often in your career, especially over the last couple of years with a couple of series titles under your belt.
Yeah, this is, I'm on the other side of it now for once. So it was a kind of a combination of, really, I was coming up on Aiden and should have left him a little bit more room. We had a one-pin turn on 3 and 4, and he had that dock pole hanging off to his outside, and I tried to make the outside pass on 1 and 2. I dove inside. He didn't know I was there, and he came up and apologized to me afterwards, but I should have left him more room. I should have just got around. But, man, Timmy's tacos look fantastic over here. No, it's unfortunate. We broke a valve cover on the engine, and we tried to JB weld it, put it back together, and it's not starting now. It's making some noise. So I don't know if it's going to – I don't know what we're going to do, but we have a lot of outlaw guys who had problems. Grant was switching boats. We're still trying to get Jeremiah running right. Travis is doing a lot of things. So whenever all of us are having little issues, one of us is bound to not be able to get all of our resources together in
Mike
time.
Schubert's only one man.
He is 3 men in one, and we need him to be 4 men in one for F1. So I'm very grateful for everybody on the team for what they're getting put together. It's unfortunate, but, you know, it's still going to be a great show. We're going to be back tomorrow. There's going to be a way to figure it out, we hope.
Where there's a will, there's a way, especially on the Outlaw team.
Yes. So there's something out there. We're going to figure it out, and it's a long season. We're going to take our points where we can. I'm real bummed out about this heat, though. This one was going to be a good one. So there's a lot of points to be gained in this one. I know Chris switched boats. Is he going to the back, or does he go to the front?
Oh, it looks like that we may have a couple of boats shuffled back along with the 13 of Grant Schubert. If you switch boats between heats, you must go to the back of the dock and forfeit all the points from your prior heats in the other boat. So that's really going to shake up the point standings. And there obviously must have been enough damage on both of those boats, more than they expected, because both of them got together in that opening turn and now both find themselves in different boats here in Heat 2.
I thought the understanding of the rule was that if you didn't have a boat, if your boat wasn't functioning anymore, that you couldn't use it, that you would still keep your spot. But I don't know the rules that well.
Well, hey, and I'm just the announcer, right? I don't write the rules.
Yeah.
So I guess we have, there's people with a higher pay grade, like chief referees and whatnot, that make those calls. And so I'll leave that up to them. I think he might end up at the back, but hey, I have definitely been wrong before, and I'll probably be wrong again. But it's going to be interesting to see, especially considering now we've got those warmer temps. Some of that humidity is pushed out. The wind is up. So those two strokes that were struggling a little bit in qualifying Heat 1 might find a little bit more performance here in Heat 2. But I appreciate where your head's at. You know, you recognize we've got more races here in 2026 than we've had in the last couple of seasons. You know you've got more time, and it's got to feel comfortable to know, hey, I won a series championship and I didn't win a single race. So
you
know,
love saying that, don't you?
I do. Hey, at the end of the day, to win a championship without getting one first place is so much harder than anybody realizes, because you have to be on your game every second, because you know I maybe don't have the best boat every weekend, but you still stick your nose in there and you still put one foot in front of the other and you grind it out. And I don't say that to give you crap or tease you.
Yeah.
I do that out of sheerly being impressed by the fact that you won a series and you didn't win a race. There are very few drivers across any form of motorsports that can say that, but you're one of them.
Yeah, it is. But I played the championship game, so you don't see me in a lot of accidents, and you don't see me. You always see me fighting for 1 or 2 spots. I'm not going to push it till I'm on my head, because the 50 points is everything in every single heat. So you drop 50 points and you're gone, man. So it's all about survival, and just you keep stacking points and you keep being there. And you wait, everybody has to have a bad day. If you have a perfect season all year long, I mean, who can say that they've had that? If they've had that, then
there's been just a handful of them in the annals of powerboat racing history. Probably count them on one hand.
Yeah, and look, I'm proud of last season and what happened, but we also knew we had a good points lead at the beginning, and it was about just staying smart and not letting your ego get a hold of you. And, yeah, that's right. So twice that's happened, and it was me and Timmy to do it. And that Timmy won a championship without any wins. And whenever I came out, after I was done with my championship last year, he came up and that was the first thing he told me. And he's proud of that, and I thought that was really cool whenever it happens. It hurts to hear without a single win. Just that line is the line that hurts.
You know, it's the ego a little bit, gets bruised a little bit, but then you turn around and you look at that series championship trophy and you're like, oh yeah, that doesn't hurt that much anymore.
Yeah, right, exactly. No, I take a lot of pictures with it, and I send it to a lot of my co-drivers and all that.
I would say, I bet the Outlaw guys are sick and tired of getting pictures with those trophies in the background.
Hey, man, you know, I did my time without mine, so.
Oh, I remember the days when you would try to go 7-8 positions. One race in particular comes to mind where you somehow made it out of Houma as a hurricane blasted your hometown. You jumped in the boat in Bay City, Michigan, starting like 19th. And
21st.
Oh, it was the 21st. Okay.
21st, and I made it to 7th.
It was the rickiest Bobby move I've ever seen you pull. If it ain't first at last, and you sent it as hard as you could, and you ended up taking a bow while the boat was upside down on the opposite side of the river. So I guess you learned, and you built from that, and now you are a multi-time series champion, but hate to see you sitting out here on the shores instead of inside Black Beauty running for a win here in qualifying heat number 2.
Yeah, we tried so hard. We were down there starting it, and the guys were worried about the patch that we had. I said, look, guys, it does not matter if we even go 10 feet. We just need the motor to start. We're going to go down for this next heat. We just need it to start so we can get those points. That's all I cared about, and we sat there and we cranked it over. It didn't sound very good, and it wouldn't fire, so you know, blow it up, trying to get a couple points, or go in tonight and fix it right. I know that first heat, I swapped props. I had a great setup. I came off the beach. I was rolling. And I heard you while I was laying on the boat getting towed in that you wondered if it was coming from things that happened from the last round.
Yeah.
And it is. We broke some pieces. We're patching. We're putting it together with a 2-week turnaround. You don't have much time to get everything done, so you have to pick what's crucial. You kind of have to prioritize that long list. And, man, my crew chief, Sean, he's had the boat over at his house. He's moved his wife's car out of the garage, and they've been working so hard on it, man. So it's like, I feel terrible that this is happening. But they're with me throughout all this. They're with the ups and downs. They're right there with me. They know what we can do, and they're already being optimistic for tomorrow. But, man, I'm so it's bittersweet because I do like to sit here for a minute and watch my buddies out here go at it.
It's nice to actually watch a boat race every now and again.
It's fantastic, man. And I've gotten to watch the tri-holes a couple times today. It's been great. I'm expecting to see something good here. I am worried about Grant being in the 4-stroke. This is his first time driving one of those. And or first time driving that setup. He's got 4-stroke experience. But that Hoffman right there is
different beast.
It's a different animal. You see it with Jeremiah. It's he's an extremely talented driver. In my mind, he is the best driver in the series. Just young, and he develops and gets faster every time. So Grant's just got to go out there, make the best out of this heat, stay calm, pick good lanes, and don't get passed up. Points. Yeah, don't get passed up. So it's gonna be a great heat.
Absolutely. Well, hey, appreciate the time. Thank you so much. Yep. I guess. Enjoy it as best you can, and hopefully we'll see you out there tomorrow.
Yeah, thank you guys very much, and thank you to everybody here in Shreveport. This place is, it's special to me being here in Louisiana, and this is such a great venue, man. Under the bridges, everybody's up high and all that. So if you haven't made it out here yet, get out here. The weather just took a great turn. It's going to be a great day.
Absolutely it is. That's the 01 of Dustin Terry, your 2-time defending series champion. Not in the best spot today, but hopefully maybe after a long night in the pits, the 01 will be back out on the water tomorrow for our final qualifying heat and the main event in Formula One. All right, well, we've got our drivers all out on the water. Hot laps are underway. They're going to get these motors fired up and then get them lined up on the dock as we look to wrap up Saturday's qualifying here at the third round of the 2026 IHRA Formula One Powerboat Series here at the Red River Rumble, downtown Shreveport-Bossier. Louisiana.
So I just took a look at the rule book to get clarification. So if you have equipment catastrophic failure, they do not lose their points from the first heat.
Okay.
But they will have to start at the end of the dock.
I mean, if you're going to pick one of the two, I'd take the points and start from the back. At least I got an opportunity to affect change.
Now, if, and this is not the case today, if they switch boats just because they wanted to switch the boats,
performance,
then they lose their points.
Oh, okay.
So
all righty.
We just reviewed that.
I appreciate the clarification. I try to know all the rules as best as I can, but I appreciate diving into the rule book there, Tim, while we were chatting with the 01 of Dustin Terry and getting clarification. So, Rinker and Schubert will start back. That's not where Rinker wants. This is a huge win for Dylan Anderson because he now jumps up to the first flag, and he's got two very fast, hard-charging competitors now behind him instead of him having to figure out how to get around them.
Big difference.
Not to mention the 01 of Dustin Terry, another one of those four-strokes that likes that wide line that the four-strokes do. He now doesn't have to worry about him either. It is really setting up and for the 17 of Anderson to break away from the field. Like if he had an opportunity race weekend to really break away, I think this is that moment, and he's got to make sure he's got it locked in here in qualifying heat.
Well, we'll see what happens. You know, they got to get off the beach first.
Correct.
So,
you can't finish first if you don't first finish.
It is definitely to his advantage to be on the first flag instead of the second flag.
Oh, absolutely. Now the question is will the 13 of Schubert, or I believe the 13 of Schubert are the one that's going to get kicked back to that second flag because he made such less time there in qualifying heat number 9. Well, we're going to send things back down to the hot pits with Bonnie Jill as she's got another one of our drivers here to give them more insight of what it's like out here on the Red River at the 2026 Red River Rumble.
Now Jake McKee joins me. Now, Jake, when I tell you that you are the first-time points leader, what goes through your mind when I tell you this?
I really try not to think about it and let it get to my head. I'm just trying to finish each race and just go throughout the season trying to maintain that lead. I mean, the moment you stop to think about it is when something goes wrong, so try not to put that bad juju out there.
So are you treating every race, every heat, like just normal?
Yeah, absolutely. My goal is to finish, whether it's 8th or 2nd or 1st. I mean, as long as we finish, we can just make it through the weekend, I'll be more than happy.
So that's your goal coming into this, but just to improve step by step.
Absolutely. If we can improve every time we get out there, I consider it a success, whether we finish 9th or 14th. I mean, if we can learn something, it's going to help us in the long run.
Speaking of learning, what have you learned about this course so far?
I learned the current definitely plays an effect going up into turn 3 and 4, and the current also plays an effect going into 1 and 2, and just you got to learn to adapt to it. It's definitely something interesting and something new to me, so it's very foreign that we're figuring out. It's going to have a very fun third heat.
And you said when you came out, you're like, you know what, I'm having fun.
Oh yeah, that's all we're here for, is to have fun, and the moment you're not having fun, you probably need to hang up the helmet.
Jake, thank you so much. Guys?
Thanks, Bonnie Jill. So it's funny that you said, he just needs to run his own race, and the first words out of his mouth is, hey, I just got to go out there and run my own race. That's an impressive mindset for such a young driver. Now, I know he's been running smaller racing series out on the West Coast for a little bit longer than he's been with us. He's only really in his first full season with us here in 2026. Ran a part-time schedule in 2025. And words coming out of his mouth well beyond his years, finding a way to block out the noise and really just focus on what he can control, and that's how he runs his race.
No, it's good to hear from him, having that mindset. And the IHRA F1 series is a tough spot. It's so competitive. It's a tough place for him to jump right in, but that's what he's done. And with the limited experience, and look, he's making the best out of it.
Yeah, I mean, there is something to be said about your ability to get better when you're around great talent and good drivers, and especially with the experience we have in Formula Lights. You look at the likes of Mendana and Schmierbach and some of the other drivers in the things that they're going to do out there, and your ability to digest and learn and react to those versus going out in some small regional race where you're, a lap ahead of everybody by the second lap, which sometimes happens in those smaller regional events. I can imagine just helps you escalate that your skill set in such a quicker fashion because you don't have any other choice. It's either figure out how to get better and adjust and adapt, or I'm going to get left in the dust. And none of these drivers come here to get left in the dust. They're always pushing it to the limit.
Well, one thing that really helps him is the fact that he's teamed up with the Clover team and Spencer Love and Shelby and, and Monica. So they are teaching him the ropes too, and then it cuts his learning curve down.
Oh, for sure.
So he's good. He's going to be good for a long time.
Yeah,
so we're looking forward to that.
We're going to see a lot of that 0-1 for many years to come along. And I'm excited to see the battle between those two. A couple of kids out of California off the West Coast. They've known each other for a really long time, but really just starting to race hard against one another here the last couple of years. I'm excited to see what that rivalry is going to be like as it blossoms over the next handful of years here on the IHRA Formula One Powerboat Series. All right, looks like we're waiting for our last boat to line up here for qualifying heat number 2 start here in Formula One class, the final heat of the day here at the opening qualifying day at the Red River Rumble. And boy, this lineup is all shooken up. We checked the rule book. Schubert to the back, Rinker to the back, Anderson up on the first flag, Terry out. It's set up to be a very unique and interesting heat. A lot of things could happen, especially with it being only 8 minutes plus 2 laps. Depending on how hard some of those boats in the back fight the 17 Anderson, we may find the likes of Aiden Benton or Jimmy Kerr get out enough of a lead and be able to hang on, even if the 17 of Anderson is as fast as he's proven he's been so far this weekend.
Well, Jimmy Kerr has a little bit of wind that he wanted.
Yeah, there you go.
So that's good. And, the only way we're going to decide this is once they drop that start flag.
Absolutely, and we are just about to come up here on the 1-minute gun here very closely. Just about to get underway here in qualifying heat number 2, waiting for the thumbs up from Chief Scorer Lindsey Matthews and Chief Referee Doug Ray to make sure everything's good out on the course and everything is set and ready to go.
Hey, don't forget to go see Debbie at the official IHRA apparel booth.
Yeah.
It's right next to the big IHRA globe
Listen,
behind the aquarium.
You can't miss that globe.
Oh, yeah, that thing's killer, isn't it?
It is absolutely enormous, really easy to find, Debbie. And, I mean, any kind of clothing you'd want for any type of weather, right? I know for these normal Louisiana
event
folks,
shirts.
It might be a little cooler. Oh, here we go. 1-minute drivers, 1 minute. As we do reverse order of points here from qualifying heat number 1 in heat number 2 here. Who's going to come out with the whole shot down at the far end of the course? 50 seconds, drivers, 50 seconds. Will it be the 71 of Jimmy Kerr? Or maybe the 98 of Aiden Benton? Possibly the 99 of Travis Yates can get out early. 40 seconds, drivers, 40 seconds. Or will the 17 of Dylan Anderson figure out how to get around everybody from the back? Maybe even the 52 of Chris Rinker. Or could this be the 8 of Jeremiah Mayo's heat? 30 seconds, drivers, 30 seconds. We're going to wrap up Saturday's qualifying action with the final heat here on Saturday in Formula One. We've got them lined up, ready to go. Let's see who's going to win heat number 2. 20 seconds, drivers. You're under starters' orders. Drops the flag there. Oh, no, Reno. Oh, that's Yates doesn't fire.
Yates didn't fire.
Benton gets a good jump, but how about Jared Jensen?
Jared
Good
Jensen
Lord.
got a great start.
Absolute cracker of a start. Now what's going to happen? They go down. He's better watch out for the 98 of Benton. Okay, those guys back off because they just did not have the top end. I think we got a Jensen v. Mayo battle brewing early here on the opening lap, but the young driver out of
Spencer's
Colorado.
in there.
Woo! Here comes Spencer Love, too. And now we'll look at Chris Rinker all the way up into fourth. And Tim, notice how much quicker those 2 strokes were here on that opening lap versus qualifying heat number 1. The humidity dropped a bit, the wind picked up, and Rinker goes from second to last all the way to 4th here on the opening lap.
But, here's the thing. Start position. That made a huge difference in why they're where they're at. But Jensen he was shot out of a cannon.
I mean, I don't know if it would have mattered if he was, as long as he was on the first flag, I don't know if it would have mattered where he started. That probably the best start off the dock of his career. But now he's got to watch out so he doesn't make more mistakes like that coming out of the turn. He got a little tight and jammed it in there hard on the exit turn and really slowed himself down.
Overturned it a little bit on the exit of turn 2. What he needs to do is just calm down He needs to make sure that he stays off the buoy just a hair and just relax.
And he's got a great radio guy who is absolutely that epicenter of calm, cool, and collected for the 29 of Jensen when he's in that boat. So I can imagine he's telling him right now, hey, young buck, breathe. You got to lead. You've been here before. You know what you're doing. Just run your race. And that's exactly what he's doing right now with about a half a straightaway lead over the 24 of Love, the 8 of Mayo, and the 52 of Rinker. And here comes Dylan Anderson up in fifth. Now finally got through that group of those group of boats that were in the back there. But now he's got a very short amount of time to try to make up a lot of ground.
Yeah, but he's got some open water in front of him. So let's just see where he's at with Chris Rinker. He's got some open water in front of him, and it looks like
he's starting to line up. He's definitely closing the gap on Rinker. The question is are they all closing the gap? Oh no, where? Oh no, Jared Jensen goes dead in the water. Oh no, maybe leaned it out a little too much.
That's why I was looking for him. I couldn't find him.
Oh no.
So now Spencer Love. Oh yeah, that thing's sick. You hear it?
Yeah.
Spencer Love, number 24, white boat in the lead. Jeremiah Mayo, Ray Bobs, number 8 in second. And it looks like Jeremiah's pulling up on him a little bit.
It is. Now, question, right? We talked about the jets earlier, right? And do you think that maybe they rejetted it for what was in Heat 1 and then this here in Heat 2 and they maybe pushed it a little bit too and leaned it out too much and that motor is not feeling so good anymore because it just didn't have enough lubrication inside that inside of the
I don't
motor?
know. The air definitely got better, which means it makes more horsepower, and that means it needs more fuel.
And if you leaned it out too much, that can spell disaster, which looks like, that's exactly what happened to 29 Jensen. He's putting down back to the crane to get hauled off. What a frustrating turn of events for the young driver out of Colorado.
Spencer Love still hanging on. Clover Construction on the inside. Jeremiah Mayo is going hard.
Oh, he's always going hard.
He is turning that thing as...
I mean, for a guy who won in Port Neches a couple of years ago with 3 blades on his prop and no lower unit on his motor, he's always going to be pushing it to the limit.
Chris Rinker's right in the hunt too.
Absolutely, boy. I mean, I guess might have been dumb luck that his boat was too damaged to continue because that 2-stroke motor is absolutely screaming fast.
What's he call that? Pearl? That's the name of that boat. He loves that thing.
He really does, but he understood that the 4-stroke's the way of the future, and he needed to get more time in that, and not to mention, boy, that 4-stroke really will play a big turn in our down in Colorado in late July, early August. But for now, he needs points because if he doesn't get the points, Colorado's not going to mean anything for him, and he's got to push it hard now.
It's every heat, every race. So the main thing right now is he needs to keep number 17 behind him. Guys out front running good. Oh, Chris Rinker gets it a little high in the 52 down the front straightaway.
And now all of a sudden he's got a rearview mirror, that bright blue Anderson Marine machine, and that's probably going to make it much more difficult to catch the 8 of Jeremiah Mayo.
Well, you're starting to see some of the things happen because they're starting to get lower on fuel, and the wind comes up just a hair.
Yeah, Jeremiah's under 2 seconds. Rinker's 4 seconds off the leader, and Dylan's just about a second behind him. So they've really started a bunch up in that top 4. I think sans the 29 of Jared Jensen pulling off, it'll probably been his race to lose, which unfortunately happened with that motor going away. But right now, I think if one back marker in the wrong place in a corner, you could see a couple position changes easily here, even though we've only got 2 minutes, 47 seconds plus 2 laps.
Well, right now your top 4 are running almost identical lap times. So it's hard to make ground up. That's why you see they're taking different lines. Jeremiah Mayo's on the outside. He's trying to duck under to go tight on the pins. Spencer is kind of keeping it right in the middle. Chris Rinker's allowed to go on the inside then, and Dylan's got to be on the outside. because that's what the guy in front of you is forcing you to do.
Right, and you know, what a beautiful exit turn it was on the previous turn there as we stay with the 24 of Spencer Love down here at the north end of the course. But all he did was move over about half a boat length on the exit turn so that, yeah, Jeremiah, you have half a clean lane, but half a clean lane doesn't really do you a whole lot of good because you're still going to lose so much performance with all that churned up water.
And Spencer's making sure that he slows down for 1 and 2 because it's rough down there, and he doesn't want to make a mistake.
Right.
A mistake is what's going to cost him this, not that he's not fast enough. So he needs to make sure he's perfect.
And Jeremiah's going, come on, man, stick it in there.
Oh,
stick
yeah,
it in
Jeremiah's
there and bog it down.
flying it out of the corners.
And that's a skill set that's a skill set that I believe can be very much more, it's much harder to learn than it is to have some of that natural talent. And you talk to me a little bit about what it's like to watch a driver who just seems to know where that ragged edge is all the time. That's going to be such a hard thing to dial in on and really focus on and understand where to live.
There's guys that do that extremely well. My brother was one of those guys. If Scott Gilman was one of those guys. If you want a boat to go absolutely as fast as it can go, Jeremiah Mayo, that's one of your drivers. So when I came up, I had to learn it to beat them a different way.
Right.
So everybody's got their strengths, and you have to play off of that. And you have to know your strengths and say, look, this is what I'm good at, and this is what I focus on.
And you have to know what you're not good at as well, so you make sure you don't put yourself in those situations.
Don't put yourself in a bad position.
All right, well, Jimmy Kerr definitely looks like he's running a little bit better now. We're seeing him down turns 1 and 2. That's, still working out the gremlins in that motor, struggling with new power steering system, but he's staying ahead of the 13 at Grand Schubert. Hey, good props on the 13 at Schubert. He kept it upright here. First time in that boat.
Doing a great job. He's never driven that thing before.
And he's collecting points, so we'll see what the rest of the weekend is going to look like for him. But right now, it is all about this 24 of Spencer Love. And as we come back here with just a couple of laps remaining.
Dylan Anderson, he also knows he doesn't necessarily have to pass Chris Rinker.
Right. We got the white flag out, go fast, turn left just 4 more times for the 24 Loves. He comes off of turn 2, continuing to force the 8 of Mayo to cross his wake. Every time he exits 2, Mayo doesn't have a choice but to cross that wake. And that's why you still see that 5 or 6 boat length lead over the 8 of Mayo, 24 Love over the 8 of Mayo.
Spencer's doing a great job. He's putting that thing exactly where he needs it. And that's how he won the last race in Port Neches.
Absolutely. Ladies and gentlemen, taking qualifying heat number 2, runner for Clover Construction, number 24, Spencer Love.
Good run.
Absolutely solid run there by the 8 of Jeremiah Mayo and Chris Rinker.
Chris got a well-deserved.
Absolutely. He needed that so bad after such a brutal start in qualifying heat number 2, because now we get Dustin Terry back, right? Potentially tomorrow in our final qualifying heat. We mix up that order. Rinker could be one of those ones that sees himself jump a couple of positions for the final with a good performance in that third heat. And by getting up to third here in heat 2, it allows him to have that opportunity to do that in heat 3.
That's right, because he starts in front of those guys now.
Correct.
The third heat makes or breaks you.
It really does.
I mean, when you get ready for the final, that third heat is the make or break heat.
Yeah, I mean, it put Rinker on the pole last round. Now, if it weren't for a cracker start by the 24 Love, it just nailing every aspect perfectly.
That's what he does well, though.
Yeah, and he knows that. That's why I have never, ever, not that he doesn't want to be there, but I have never seen Spencer Love get upset by not being on pole. But if you know your skills and you understand, like, hey, these guys are good, but I know I'm better off the start dock, I'll start 4th. That's fine. And he's like he started 3rd or 4th in that opening or in that final in heat 2, in round 2. And boy, by the time they got onto the opening lap, he was way out in front.
He said that at Port Neches last weekend. He said, "Look, I'm going to stay in my lane. I'm going to do what I do good."
Absolutely. And he did it well here in heat 2. We take a look at the unofficial results from qualifying heat number 2. Spencer Love with a 1.18 second win over the 8 of Jeremiah Mayo. They were doing battle, but Jeremiah didn't have an answer for the 24 Spencer Love. Chris Rinker fought hard, came from the back after switching boats after a collision in heat 1. He finishes 3rd. The 17 of Dylan Anderson finishes in 4th, collecting some solid points. Nice finish there by the 71 of Jimmy Kerr in 5th.
Well, that was a fantastic heat race. We got some guys up front that needed it.
Yeah, they did.
And it's going to help their cause. So the third heat's going to be exciting.
And, I mean, man, what it could have been if the 29 at Jensen could have kept that motor together, because that, I mean, by far the best start of his career. And then you see the 99 at Travis Yates. He couldn't fire. He had to follow back in line. But Jensen was just blisteringly fast. I mean, he just pulled away from Mayo and Love. And then coming into turn 3 and 4, it just went away on him. And that's got to be one of the most dejecting feelings as a driver when you know, like, there's nothing more I can do but just put it on the trailer.
You know what they say? They say they run best right before they blow up.
Yes, they do. And that is a perfect example of what happened.
Good.
Yeah, you know, the real question is how much damage was done to that motor? Is it repairable, or are they going to have to go to the backup motor? And does that motor have the same type of performance that he has become accustomed to in the #1 power plant on the back of that Island Lake Marine machine that he's had so far through first 2 rounds and then that first qualifying heat here today?
I imagine their backup motor is as good as is the motor that they had on there today. But let's find out what happened.
Yeah, we'll just have to find out. You know, he's probably going to be a bit frustrated.
He will, but guess what? He'll come back tomorrow.
Absolutely. Well, we're going to get a little bit more insight because Bonnie Jill's down there with the 29 at Jared Jensen, see what happened when he was out in front.
Here at Jared Jensen, number 29, F1, second in points. So what happened out there in this qualifying heat?
Felt like we shelled a motor probably. I haven't been over there yet to check it out. So we got a good start off the dock. Yeah, a couple laps in and then just started losing power all of a sudden. It was pretty sudden, so I'm thinking we're probably not going to be in luck with that motor, but I'm going to head over there and check it out. So,
what do you think it was, the difficulty and the challenges out there on that course?
I mean, this river's really tight, so coming off the beach and piling into that first pin, even with the gate, it gets tight down there. So holding your lane and it's trying to avoid other boats and make your turn and hold your momentum has been tough here, but it poses a good challenge. It's been fun. So,
Jared, this is your third year. You know, what are you learning in F1 each season?
I mean, we learn something every day, but consistency is key. That's the thing I've learned the most of. So going out, collecting points, putting the boat back in the trailer is, that's our goal, and that's what we try to do all at these races. So
hope the best for you, okay? Thank you, Jared. Guys?
Thanks, Bonnie Jill. Well, Tim, as we suspected, so does the driver of the 29, Jared Jensen. Looks like that motor might go back into the trailer and be assessed post-race weekend because there's not a whole lot you can do if you've thrown a rod through the side of the block. It's unfortunate.
Well, hopefully it's not that bad.
Yeah, because that's, I mean, especially with the rules around the 2.5 liter, right? If you've had a motor and you can only repair those things so many times before they're deemed illegal. Not only that, but the performance that you lose out of it. And tell me a little bit about what it's like when you lose your #1 motor. Is there a mental thing that comes into play when you do that? Because you have so much trust in that package because it's brought you to where you are so far in the season.
Oh, yeah, you have your favorite everything. But that doesn't mean that you still can't win with your backup motor. You know, these guys have a lot of experience, so they know what it takes to win a championship, and you don't win a championship with one good powerhead. Fair.
This is also the first time that Jared has been in contention and had something like this happen to him. So there's another, new to him thing that he's going to have to manage and keep his head in a good space here through the rest of the weekend.
Yeah, they'll come out swinging, his Uncle Scott, and they'll do a great job. So he'll be back out there. He's not going to let it get to him.
No. What a fantastic weekend. Qualifying Saturday here it was. We saw carnage all over the race course. We saw Clint Dillard get airborne. More than one tri-hull get fully airborne here on the Red River. We saw battles in Formula Lights. We saw some unbelievable battles in Formula One. There's the 01 of Jake McKee. He's running well. We're going to have battles all day tomorrow with our third and final qualifying heat in all 4 classes. The Talent Cup was pushing hard. We had new winners in the Talent Cup. Unbelievable day. We had some rain early, but Mother Nature opened up to the most beautiful day we have had here in Shreveport-Bossier. Thank you so much, guys. We'll see you tomorrow for Sunday's finals here at the Red River Rumble.